in the court now where time stood still. Generations pass on the hill, prosecutors come and go, defense attorneys putting on a show. Old district attorney thought she was tight, came in to visit her tonight. They said justice was blinded by her sins. As the trial spun, no one wins. Endless trial like a river flows. Truth and lies, nobody knows. Corruption's grip tight as a vice. In this endless trial we pay the price.
Crooked Fanny playing dirty tricks in the courtroom. She always picks, bending the rules. She'd know win, but I won't let her get under my skin. Down in Georgia, where the blues run deep, crooked justice, a secret they keep. But I see through her lies, I see the truth. Gonna make her pay for what she do. Fanny's got a reputation to uphold, but her tactics are shady. Story untold, she thinks she's clever, but I'm on to her game. I'll expose her ways and put her to shame.
Prison the line, they be strolling through Atlanta streets. Crimes unfolding, but here's the twist. They're just a myth, ghosts in the night, they don't exist. Streets are buzzing, stories flying, legends living without denying. But in the shadows, truths resist. Quez and Lil Mike, just a twist. They're just illusions, they're closing the mist. Crimes and tales, but they don't exist. Walking down, doing all the crimes, staring stars in our ruthless rhymes. In the dark, evil prosecutor, love, justice, she block. Defense drops a gem, a fury unlock. Wrath like a storm, thunder at the clock. She can't handle wrong, truth's a heavy stone. Twisting testimonies, words cut to the bone. Defense brings the heat, cracks the evil tone. She sees in silence, conscience overthrown. Word of doom, vengeance in her gaze. Vindictive plot against virtuous face. Defense shines light, she drowns in malaise. Evil prosecutor, love trapped in her maze.
Flat guy in the morning light, not quite sharp but he's trying right. Marks the clues with yellow signs, never solves the case but keeps us alive. He walks around with his flag in hand, Marks the spots like he's in command. Yellow flags on every scene. He's a part of the team, though he's rarely seen. Yellow flag guy, that's his name. Not a mastermind, but it's all the same. Does his part in his own small way. Yellow flags make sure nothing strays.
Everything in the courthouse feeling fire. Every word she utters smells like a tire. Her arguments hit like a flat balloon. Manure tornado in the courtroom noon. Her voice a chainsaw cutting through the air. But the logic's missing, nothing's really there. Whirling out of circles, losing grip. Every point she makes is just a slip. Manure tornado spreading wide. All her arguments turn to hide. Courtroom laughter when she's done. Prosecutor Adrian ain't one.
Whispers lost in a crowd. Paper trails gone to fade. In the dark, lost masquerade.
Drip drop, water cold as the night clock. Slipping on the tile, ain't a friendly spot. Steamy like the sun up, but the vibe ain't hot. Sneakers sitting high, say a prayer on the dot. Voices echo out like a haunted house. Shivers down the spine, can't escape the mouse. Eyes shifting fast like a powder warehouse. Back against the wall, that's the jailhouse joust. Nut juice dripping, man, it's slipping on the ground. Ain't no innocence here, everybody's down. Bars might close in, but we're still battling the sound. Showers turn to prisons and the lost and the found.
you the funny for stealing from the poor children, slashing words like a battle axe, unleashing fury upon the corrupt. No mercy for those who deceive, their downfall is what will construct. The prosecutor turned thief. Your actions have shattered our dreams.
All right, here we go. Not the judge I expected.
All right, we'll keep moving. Mr. Harvey, come back and see me when you have an announcement.
I've got one announcement, Your Honor.
Not ready?
Well, I don't know which case you're talking about, but there's a camera here.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it has anything to do with one of my cases. And if it does, I'm objecting to it. There's been no notice to us. There's been no hearing. I don't know whether any order has been entered. I haven't been provided an order. So I have a problem
Okay,
with the presence of the camera.
okay, well, we'll take it up in a little while.
So that's my first objection.
Okay,
My next one is the notice of intentional lying, no matter what it is.
oh,
Okay.
Bruce, we've known each other for over 40 years.
Well,
The Apollo Bird, Mr.
That's also Mr. Harvey's case, Mr. Bird.
All right, number 3, Judge.
Do you have an announcement on Mr. Bird?
Well, isn't this the status calendar?
This is in person.
Yes, status conference, yes.
Yep.
Okay, we have like a day's worth of motions that are still outstanding on Mr. Burke, correct?
Yes, Judge, came before the court to address some motions when a potential conflict was discovered. And I think we broke from that to allow
That's right.
Mr. Harvey time to consult with his client and the potential state's witness about those conflicts and secure outside representation or consultation.
That's right. And one of the outside counsel that has talked with one of the individuals is present here today. So that I'm halfway through resolving a potential conflict. I have outside counsel who's talked to one party, but not outside counsel that has talked to the other party. Okay. And this young man who used to have a ponytail and has lost all of his strength and valor by cutting his ponytail is present today.
All right.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
yeah, for both me and Mr. Harvey,
Yeah, but it's kind of weak, I gotta say.
the hair is
And so
important.
are we going to further notice it at this point?
Yes.
Okay, for when? February 3rd?
Well, Judge, you can further notice it to whatever calendar you like, and it just depends on
Yeah.
whether and I will work on getting that resolved, number one. Number two, I know I'm gonna be on trial during the February 3rd period. So that's an advance notice of conflict, but put it on there, and if something comes up, we'll be able to make it.
You want to do some other date?
I don't want to give a date yet, Judge.
You don't want to give a date, period,
This,
or the 3rd?
they need to, when will the conflict be resolved? Do we know? Can it be resolved this week possibly?
No. I started a trial out of the continental United States on the day after Martin Luther King holiday, and I anticipate that will last at least 2 weeks. So I'll be in trial away from here.
Do you know how long that trial is supposed to last?
Yeah, a couple of weeks.
All right, so we're talking 3rd week in February.
Well. Just put it down.
Okay.
I've got a conflict. I can't. I've got a conflict until.
Yeah, I don't know why this isn't presided by Judge Whitaker. I honestly don't know.
February 3rd.
I'm as surprised as you all are.
Oh, okay.
I'm not.
Okay, you'll receive a notice.
All right. Okay. Can I just run back and tell Mr. Bird was shaking?
Sure.
Not while the judge is on
Yeah,
the bench.
yeah. Momentarily you can.
Okay.
All right. Did we need to, Judge, here's a note, and if we can address the Kendrick situation so we can move on.
All right.
Raul, don't leave.
No, we're talking about the other matter.
Okay, well, as far as Rule 22 goes, I understand that it was filed and decided before you made an appearance.
Okay, well, we're still, I think the rule says after notice and hearing.
All right.
doesn't it?
I don't know if there's a hearing or not. Okay, I'll reread it,
Okay, please.
and we'll be in touch. Don't leave the courthouse.
No, I was waiting to go see Mr. Bird, and
Okay,
we're gonna talk with everybody with regard to the other matter.
okay, all right,
And I still have my 2 witnesses here, just in case.
okay, good. Number 4, Jerome. Yes,
Mr. Belgrave hasn't been brought up yet.
he has not been brought up. Okay.
Okay, so it seems like we are going to listen to a bunch of hearings before
Woolens,
Mr. Kendricks
Pierre.
is up.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Pierre is up, and he can come out if you want. We do have an announcement.
All right.
Yeah. Now, I am a huge fan of Bruce Harvey. I'm not entirely sure why he opposes the presence of camera, because the amount of the media attention to the YSL trial more or less have helped Mr. Kendricks and his trial attorney in the YSL trial.
Woolens?
So I'm not entirely sure why he opposes, but he must have a reason.
All right. What's the announcement on Mr. Pierre?
Mr. Pierre, by the way, has positions 5 and 6 on the calendar, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes.
But this is good to watch, so everybody knows this is
Right
what
now, we're just gonna have him
hearings
move
look
to a trial
like.
calendar. We're not accepting
There's
the
a-
offer. Mr. Pierre faces immigration issues that were.
Yeah, in these hearings, if it's plea hearings or probation hearings or whatever hearings it usually is, there are the courtroom will be packed with cases, and they will go one after another in this. Shago says McBurney is the judge assigned to the open case. Okay, Thank you. But I do believe I saw on Thugger Daily posted. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Let's see where it is. I do believe I saw it, or if it was from somebody else. It's so apparently Mr. Kendricks have several hearings, and this is one where he is in front of a third judge, because in the previous bond hearing about a month ago or 3 weeks ago, it's one judge. Then you have Judge Whitaker, and then you have this judge. It would be much simpler if one defendant was assigned one specific judge. But yeah, so we will listen to this for a while.
Still trying to deal with, and these types of charges definitely put in the ability that he may be deported. At this point, we're just going to go forward to the trial calendar.
All right. Further notice trial calendar. Do you have an approximate date on that?
Judge, it may be the February or March trial calendar.
I already like this judge.
Okay.
So
All right.
McBurney
Good luck to you,
is
Mr. Pierre.
the judge who ordered Fanny out of the Trump RICO and ordered her to pay $22,000 to the Justice Watch. I like him already. As Shago says, they should have consolidated. Yeah, but where it's the Fulton County. Don't expect the unexpected.
And that's my case, Ms. Rosser, 88 Hall.
Okay. Both cases, Ms. Hall?
Yes, Ms. Rosser.
Okay.
Joseph Wheat.
My understanding, he's not been brought up yet.
Okay. Jamel Fisher.
I don't know. Oh, Mr. Fisher, Your Honor, it has to be reset. He is still on loan to Grady, as they say, so he is not available.
He wasn't brought over, Pilgrim.
No, still in grading.
Okay.
All right. Cherish Okafor.
I believe that they have not been brought over yet either.
All right.
Here or not up?
I'm not brought up. Oh, okay, Luke's here?
Okay, we'll come back to look at a pretrial.
Yes, that's a pre-trial.
Pretrial on Wheat.
Yeah.
On Okafor, Judge, number 9.
There's no requirement to actually there's actually no requirement in this setting for the attorneys and prosecutors to use the microphone. I have audio boosters, so once Mr. Kendrick's case is up, I will apply an audio booster. Maybe I should apply it already. Hold on.
It's a female.
Yeah. That also means that the judge will be loud.
Hambrick.
He's here?
What's the announcement on Hambrick?
Hold right now. I believe that Ms. Dog just got here. We just need to talk to her real quick to see if there's a response from the police.
All right. That's 2 cases, 11 and 12. Torrance Roebuck.
Yeah, we're fine. We can bring him out if you want.
All right. Is he up? Yep.
Yes, sir.
You're going to waive formal arraignment and
Yeah,
move
we just
on?
want to address the failure to appear as well.
All right. Ms. Nix, you're here on behalf of Roebuck.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Come and do what you got to do. Move on.
All right. Come on out, Mr. Roebuck. Stand at the podium next to your attorney.
Yes, Your Honor, this is Mr. Torrance Roebuck, number 13 on the jail calendar, 24 SC 000139. We plead not guilty and waive formal reading. We'd like to address the failure to appear. He had a court date on 10/10/2024, for which he failed to appear, and there was a bench warrant issued. In talking with him and checking on the system as well, what it appears to be, it was a address mishap. They had his address in there as 1033 Hollow.
Yeah, I'm not going to play. Not going to play. So, Jesus, I have to be watchful today.
And he's not come off them, so they're still good. And he has the correct bonds on the correct charges. So just has to have the warrant lift and bond reinstated.
What say the state?
Judge, it looks like he was arrested on the bench warrant just a couple weeks after his failure to appear, so the state is in no position.
He was arrested on the bench warrant for the failure to appear.
Yes, sir.
All right.
This case was in non-complex and it was just transferred up here.
All right.
The judicial hold lift order was signed on October 22nd, so he was arrested at some point that day or before.
All right. Mr. Roebuck, is the 1033 Hollywood Road address a good address?
Yes, sir.
Fuck.
A friend of mine's apartment where I stay with.
All right. And as far as you know, your friend's still there?
Yeah, they still there.
You still allowed to go there?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you change your address, you need to tell your attorney, you need to come down and tell the clerk's office
Yes, sir.
also.
Yes, sir.
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have your attorney's telephone number?
Yes. Oh, no, not yet, not yet.
Okay. Well, she'll give it to you before you leave. Stay in touch with her. I'll set aside the bench warrant.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's it.
Next court date will be February the 5th.
February 5th.
Yep.
Okay.
Be here whether or not you receive a notice or not.
Okay.
Okay.
Goes for all those other dates, guys. It's February the 5th, not the 3rd. Sorry.
Yeah. Jansen Williams. Anybody here on Mr. Williams' behalf?
I mean, this is a good lesson in how courts work. So we're just going to listen to this until Mr. Kendrick's turn is up. Because, this, folks, is a normal day in court. One after another for certain types of hearings.
Judge, that one, they were going to file a waiver and I asked the deputies not to bring him up.
Okay.
I've been in touch with Mr. King.
All right.
And we'll probably reset that one to the 3rd.
Or the 5th. 3rd or the 5th?
I mean, the 5th.
All right.
I don't know why we keep saying the 3rd, Judge. It's the 5th.
You're the one who told me the 3rd.
I know, but I don't want you to keep saying it.
Andrew Sybeck.
Bring him out, Your Honor.
Okay. Sybeck, number 15, Andrew.
Yeah, so it seems the previous guy has been in jail for 2 months because wrong address. Welcome to Fulton County.
Is Mr. Hawkins still in here?
Yep.
Mr. Hawkins, was Jason Williams, is that gonna be you?
Yes, Your Honor. Or yes, Ms. Ross.
Okay, Mr. King, he was gonna file, he had a conflict for today. He may have been included on that. He's gonna file a waiver. He also filed a motion for bond. I didn't see where one was had. So we'll probably put it on for February the 5th.
Oh, case management and bond.
And yeah.
Okay. Got it.
All right, all right, thank you.
And Your Honor, Mr. Civic waives formal arraignment and enters a not guilty plea.
Okay, Mr. Civic, stay in touch with your attorney. And when's the next reasonable?
I've emphasized.
February 5th. All right. Larry Shoemaker.
I'm not sure if he's
That's the one that's in the hospital.
okay.
He was supposed to be a video judge, and but he's in the hospital at the prison, so we're gonna reset him. I may try to get him on next week, but because it's just a plea and arraignment,
All right.
or probably that date will be to be determined. How about that?
Okay.
That works.
Jasmine Worthhands.
Do the space now and want female without her.
Okay. That takes care of 18 and 19 and 20. Isaiah Madison,
I think he's also appearing via video.
he's appearing via video.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I may have given them a 10:30 time. I don't see anybody in the waiting room from the prison, so let's give them a few more minutes.
All right. Demetrius Clay,
He is, he's
Be Mr. Lawumba.
Mr. Luemba, we lose him again. He's in the courthouse, so can you text him, ask him to come back down? Okay, I'm gonna put a question
I'll
mark.
try to find him.
Philando Hunter,
in custody, he's up.
Yeah, hold John, just so we can follow up with Ms. Jolly for immediate recommendations for the probation.
all right, so you'd like to hold for your announcement?
Yeah.
All right. Zachary Pearson,
In custody,
He's up?
he's up.
I didn't get a chance to speak with him, Your Honor, because I was still downstairs.
all right, we'll set it down for plea.
I don't know if Mr. Pearson would like that.
Deja Smith Johnson,
She hasn't been brought up yet, Your Honor.
okay.
Okay, it seems like
Been arraigned on this
No,
charge? Arraigned on this
No,
charge?
he has not.
No, he has not.
All right, well,
So if we can do it that way,
I mean, is it of the nature that would be ripe for a plea?
negatory.
All right. Okay,
Well, it would be right, but that's all it would be. We're still, well, we're talking,
all right.
okay?
He's got multiple cases, Judge. He's got one in Judge McBurney.
Right.
That's a more serious case. So I think we're potentially discussing how to resolve that if we can.
So the best way is status quo at this particular
So,
point.
so you're looking for a universal settlement?
Yes.
Okay, all right,
So may we do the arraignment in that fashion?
sure.
I think
And
I think that's a mistake because it's important because most people will never see the inside of a court and what happens prior to trial. So I do believe this is a good something to learn from. Let me see if I can. Yeah, so thank you, King Slime Slat. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, but I do believe this. Watching this is a good learning experience. As I said, most people have not seen and will not see the inside of a courtroom. What happens before trial, the small stuff, the short hearings. I mean, I'm a bit saddened.
Madam Clerk, may I get the paper?
Yes, you may.
Sorry to get you down here for nothing. Of course, I didn't have anything to do with getting, no, I'm talking about the cameraman.
I thought you were talking to me.
No. But it doesn't look like anything's going to happen with Mr. Kendrick's case today.
Ah, all right. I was so prepared. But it seems
Are you working with Mr. Harvey?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Attorney Nicole Westmoreland.
Okay, Mr. Westmoreland. All right, nice to meet you.
She's the brains and beauty. I'm just the aging boy. It's old up there. Guy, you know, I thought this morning that if you're over 70, you should be exempted from coming out in any weather that's below 30 degrees.
Good luck with that one.
I was looking for the exemption.
Yeah, yes, King Slime. As that. Joseph Pup is really good at what he does. He's really good at what he does. But yeah. Okay, Kathy Russen answered me here. Without a Rule 22 for the other cases, they can't show. Georgia is different than some of the other states. I will see if I can. Well, I will see if I can. Well, I guess we are court hopping today. Let me find you something so that we can watch now when this is not happening. So, yeah. Let's find something to watch. What's live? What's live? What's live? Long Crown Trials. There was only this. Let's see here. Update. Let's see here. Checking the Law and Crime Network. Live. U.S. Navy veteran defamation case, day 2. Oh, this is. Oh, I know this case. Well, I know of this case. This is a Navy veteran who CNN did a special on. But after interviews and whatnot, they publicized something that portrayed him like an absolute douchebag. So he is suing CNN, and it survived everything. So now it's an actual trial. So, but I need, yeah. So I will, yeah. So let's check that one.
That there were 2 definitions, so we have to address the definition issue 1 second. So can we just have 5 more minutes? There was another.
And I have to change.
Also wasn't complete yet, so 1 minute, please.
All right.
I didn't understand.
Oh, we're court hopping today.
I'm not quite sure either.
There were 2 definitions: black market, free market, and both of them had the first page. So I think we only looked at the first page of the black market one and figured that one out. So now we're looking at the second one.
We were never provided any definitions besides black market. I don't really know what's going on.
I guess when they sort it out, they'll show you whatever they're talking about, and we can address or readdress if we need to.
It's got real complicated. Why don't I just scan the page? Make it easy.
I need a new thumbnail.
Bradley.
Submitted the exhibit, he submitted it incomplete.
Oh, seem to be some issues regarding a piece of evidence here. So this can be interesting.
So is this in addition to?
No, we're gonna flip out what we had. It's got all kinds of advertisements and stuff on it.
We'll go with what you already sent us, which was the 9 pages, Mr. Friedman.
Okay.
That was the version you sent us.
I'm just gonna have to page that. We'll ask for judicial notice of the dictionary. I don't know what to say. It's just a literal scan of the dictionary page.
What's the difference between that?
The other one's
Other than it has a whole bunch of other words in it?
It's got the online things got all kinds of like advertisements and other stuff on it that's not the definition. I want the definition.
The issue is what Mr. Friedman doesn't want on the online version is it has common usages of how black market is used. And the common usages of how black market is used on that page don't help his case. And so he submitted the exhibit, he submitted it incomplete. That's why we made it complete. And now he's trying to change it because he realized that there's stuff on there that he doesn't like. And that's what this whole waste of the last 20 minutes has been.
Not involved at all in creating the exhibits. Our associates do it. It's not true. But that part, first of all, if there are common usages, it's not.
Just sit down. Well, now I've been going, 20 minutes or so. I have a trial order that said exchange this stuff over 45 days ago. We're doing this the third morning of a trial of sending stuff back and forth. I've already admitted into evidence 3 exhibits. Those are admitted. I'm not admitting it. That'd be duplicative of something already admitted. So whatever you're requesting there, if you want to mark it, make it part of the record, print it out, mark it. But I'm not going to admit whatever that one is. Of a picture of the book that you just emailed over to Mr. Bradley. All right, can we get the jurors in here and get rolling?
Hope you're feeling better soon, Iron Rabbit. I know what cold weather does arthritis does to you. It's not fun.
Y'all can be seated when you get your seats. Morning, everyone. Hopefully everybody didn't freeze on their way here this morning. And we're continuing with Mr. Young.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Young, why don't you come around over here? The witness stand, new day, we'll swear you in again. So if you could raise your right hand and face the clerk.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give on this issue shall be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, I just checked here. Apparently, yesterday, the defendant took the stand. So I'm actually going to go to day one here. And see when he actually took the stand. Well, let's listen to opening statements so we get a grasp on what this actually is.
CNN telling millions of Americans and exposing this black market.
Lawyers will have asked the necessary questions. As I instructed you before this trial started, you as jurors will decide this case based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. After you leave here, you must not conduct any research directly or indirectly about this case, including the facts, legal issues, or the individuals and entities involved. This is important for the same reasons that jurors have long been instructed to limit their exposure to traditional forms of media and information such as television and newspapers. You also must not communicate with anyone in any way about this case. And you must ignore any information about the case that you might see on the internet or social media, including through email, text messaging, blogs, or social media, such as Facebook or X, or any other electronic communication whatsoever. Any other instructions from the plaintiff before we do openings?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right. Now you've gotten those instructions. We'll proceed with opening statements. Plaintiff, Friedman.
Your Honor, Mr. Roach is delivering the opening statements.
All right, Mr. Roach. Y'all ready?
Ready.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Roach.
Henry, do you mind if I move away from the podium?
No.
In August 2021, as American troops withdrew from Afghanistan under President Joe Biden's order, the world braced for the Taliban's return to power. Anyone watching the news at that time witnessed the chaotic situation that unfolded, as millions of people attempted to flee the war-torn country. But CNN reporters, sitting at their desks in Washington, D.C., wanted to tell Americans an even more sensational story. See, they had received a tip that Zachary Young, a veteran and CIA-trained operative, was illegally preying on desperate Afghans in a black market operation. Now, if that were the truth, there'd be nothing wrong with CNN telling millions of Americans and exposing this black market. The problem for CNN, it couldn't confirm any of the facts. It tried to get evidence that Zach is charging Afghans, but everyone they spoke to either said that they had never heard of Zach, or that Zach only worked with corporations like Bloomberg, who wanted to pay professionals like Zach to get their people out of the country. The facts didn't matter. CNN felt that they had a sensational story that would drive ratings, and they didn't care about the truth. How do we know that? Because the emails and behind-the-scenes video footage show that CNN took pleasure in lining or casting Zach as the villain for their hit piece. To use the words of CNN's lead reporter on the story, it was all theater. The week before this story was set to air, that same lead reporter texted his editor, "I'm going to nail that Zachary Young motherfucker." That editor texted him back, "I'm going to hold you to that, cowboy."
Oh, wow.
As they were putting the finishing touches on a hit piece that would upend Zach's entire professional reputation. That same lead reporter wrote to another colleague, "It's Zach's funeral, bucko." On November 11th, 2021, that story aired on primetime evening news with Jake Tapper. Corey? Zach's face was plastered across TV screens around the world, painting him as a black market operator who preyed upon desperate Afghans. We're in this courtroom today because CNN chose theater over truth and destroyed the life of an American patriot. You're going to hear how this story turned Zach's life upside down, despite warnings from CNN's own employees that the story had more holes than Swiss cheese and was 80% emotion and 20% obscured fact. When CNN's attorneys get up here, they're going to play the same playbook that CNN did, and try to convince each of you that Zach is a bad guy, even though they know that Zach didn't do anything illegal and he didn't take any money from Afghans. They know this because they've spent the 3 years since that hit piece aired trying to dig up any dirt they could on Zach, and they've come up empty-handed. You heard the court read you instructions this morning that Zach didn't do anything illegal. You heard the court tell you that Zach didn't take any money from Afghans. There simply is no excuse for what CNN did, and we're going to show that to you through the evidence. This trial is important, not just for Zach. At the end of this case, my partner, Bill Friedman, is going to get up here, and he's going to summarize all the evidence that you're going to hear over the next couple of weeks. And you're going to have an opportunity to send a message. That message will be heard not just in CNN's boardroom, but by every news organization in America.
This is interesting, folks. I'm glad I stumbled upon this.
Is that reckless journalism is un-American, it's dangerous.
I'm going to play in 1.25 here.
In theater, in the newsroom, Americans will hold them accountable in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your service. My name is Kyle Roche, and I'm joined at counsel's table with my partners, Val Friedman and Joe Delich, and together we have the privilege of representing Zachary Young. Also with us back there is Corey Allen. He's going to make sure that all the exhibits and all the technology work smoothly throughout this trial. I want to spend the rest of my time with you this morning covering two topics: the evidence and the issues you will decide at the end. The evidence can be broken down into three different time periods. First, I'm going to introduce you to Zachary Young, about how he served this country and about the business he ran before CNN upended his life. Next, we're going to cover the events that unfolded at CNN's headquarters between October and November 2021. This is the period of time that CNN pitched, pursued, and published their hit piece on Zach. This period concludes on November 11, 2021, when that hit piece aired on Jake Tapper. And as you heard from the judge's instructions this morning, the multiple publications at CNN republished thereafter on different shows and also on CNN.com. Finally, we're going to conclude with the aftermath. And Zach's reputation went from patriot to criminal. And when his career as a private intelligence and security consultant went from making it more than $350,000 a year to being worthless. We'll conclude today by addressing the issues that each of you will have to decide. There's three questions, at a high level, three questions that you're going to have to answer at the end of the trial. And all of the evidence that we're going to show you is going to help you decide each of those three issues. Let's start with the evidence. You heard yesterday and this morning that this is a defamation case. The judge read through the instructions, but at a high level, to defame someone means you've done harm to their reputation by publishing a material fact that is untrue. So, in order for you to understand the harm that Zach suffered by CNN's publication, you need to understand who he was before CNN put his face on TV screens around the world. Zach is 49 years old, and he was born in Pennsylvania. He had a typical American childhood, and like many young boys, he grew up proud of his country. He has three brothers, Matt, his brother over there, and he was raised by his mom. In the early 1990s, Zach, after his parents divorced, Zach moved with his mom to Wellington, Florida, which is about an hour outside of Palm Beach, West Palm Beach. After he graduated high school, Zach enrolled in Palm Beach college in South Florida, where he pursued a degree in history. But towards the end of the studies, Zach felt a calling to serve his country. So in 1997, he decided to pause the studies and pursue and join the Navy to become a Navy SEAL. During Zach's 3 years in the Navy, his scores were off the charts. Unfortunately, you're going to hear that towards the end of his training, he suffered a serious injury in a dangerous training exercise when a boat fell on his head, and it was discovered that he had suffered multiple herniated discs in his lower back. As a result, the Navy forced him to medically retire, and he was honorably discharged. Zach returned to college and finished his degree in history. But he made a commitment to himself to overcome that injury and still serve his country. So, not only did he decide to pursue graduate studies, but he also decided to take what he had learned in the Navy and join an intelligence operations company called Blackwater. Blackwater was founded in 1997 by a former Navy SEAL. At Blackwater, Zach continued to build on that skill set that he learned in the Navy, learning additional skills such as land combat, use of foreign weapons, battlefield first aid, and how to navigate dangerous foreign terrain. Between his time in the Navy and at Blackwater, he developed a particular set of skills that very few Americans possess. He was deployed to multiple tours in conflict regions, including Afghanistan and Pakistan. His mission, while he was deployed, was to provide personal protection to U.S. diplomats and employees of a U.S. government agency as they worked to gather intelligence that would help America take down the Taliban. During this time, one particular government agency took an interest in Zach. Now, Zach is not going to be able to testify directly to you about the name of that agency because of his obligations. But evidence produced by CNN and a third party in this litigation, in the discovery phase of this litigation, show that that agency was the CIA. In 2002, Zach went through a 2-year recruitment process with the CIA, where he was subjected to numerous interviews, cognitive ability testing, and psychological evaluations. In 2004, he was hired by the CIA. Now,
Objection, Your Honor. This was covered by one of your early pretrial rulings.
We discussed this yesterday. There's documents produced in this case that the jury's going to see.
In terms of, I mean,
I'm not going to go
beyond those. I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
Now, we can't cover anything more about Zach's time in the CIA because that information is confidential. Very few people even knew about his affiliation with the CIA, and those who did, like his wife, were given very few details. They never knew where he was going, what he was doing, or who he'd be meeting with. Zach's work took him all around the world, and he ended up in Vienna, the capital of Austria. It was there that he met his wife, Irina, and after many years of service to the U.S. government, he decided to settle down in Vienna with his wife. He remains a U.S. citizen, paying U.S. taxes, and voting in U.S. elections. Do you remember that company, Blackwater, we talked about a few minutes ago? Well, after Zach retired from government service, he decided to pursue a career as a private intelligence and security consultant, with dreams of one day building a company like Blackwater where he could work with like-minded patriots. Over the 3-year period, he worked for 3 different intelligence firms: Arrow, Frontier, and Near East Consulting. And you're going to hear a lot in this trial that this work in this particular industry that I hadn't heard about until I started working on this case. It's based primarily on word of mouth. And during Zach's time at Arrow, one of the 3 companies I told you he worked at, he met a group of other professionals that, together with Zach, came up with a revolutionary idea. A private company founded by the dream team of American intelligence professionals that would help countries abroad, American allies, develop out their intelligence operations. In 2018, Zach's big break came when an American company called DynCorp landed a $400 million project to help the Saudi Arabian government build out the program that Zach had helped develop. And surprisingly, the first person that they decided to hire was Zach. And until about 2021, Zach worked as a director of training and in various other roles for DynCorp. His career as a private intelligence and security consultant was taking off, and he was proud of the work that he was doing in the private sector. Around this time, towards the end of August 2021, a new group of companies developed a need for Zach's skill set. See, this was the time, August 21, when the Biden administration began to administer some evacuations from Afghanistan. But it wasn't enough. American and European companies needed help getting their people out of the country. Around this time, an FBI agent recommended Zach to an American company called Audible. Some of you may have heard of Audible before. It's a multi-billion-dollar company that makes audiobooks you bought audiobooks on Amazon, sometimes it gives you the Audible option. It's also a subsidiary of Amazon. See, Audible had 3 women on the ground in Afghanistan, and they needed help getting their people out. Zach told them that he could help run an operation by relying on his former intelligence network, who had boots on the ground in Afghanistan. Audible hired him, and Zach sprang into action. And he successfully evacuated all 3 women out of Afghanistan. Over the next couple months, Zach went on to successfully evacuate 22 women on behalf of 4 companies. I already told you about Audible. He also ran 4 successful evacuations for women on behalf of the multi-billion-dollar news company called Bloomberg. And he evacuated an additional 15 women on behalf of 2 nonprofit organizations, one called Heroin and another called Civility. Now, when CNN gets up here to argue, I imagine that they're going to say something like, well, okay, Zach didn't do anything illegal. They were wrong on that. But what Zach was doing was unethical. I imagine they're going to try to paint a narrative of Zach sitting in Austria in his underwear, profiting off of these corporate evacuations. You're going to hear from both Zach and a retired U.S. general why that narrative is false. It's false because if Zach tried to enter Afghanistan to help with the evacuations, it would have been a suicide mission. As a white man, Zach would have stuck out like a sore thumb, endangering not only himself, but those he was trying to evacuate. Zach had to rely on his network of intelligence professionals who were on the ground in Afghanistan, who all looked like Afghani men, because he needed the evacuations to go undetected by the Taliban. Which brings us to the second period in the timeline. November 11, 2021, the Jake Tapper story on Zach. I want to take you inside the headquarters of CNN in the days and weeks leading up to their airing of that hit piece. The timeline here is actually very short. CNN was initially pitched the story on Zach on October 27, 2021. Just 4 days later, that story was greenlit by CNN's executive vice president of programming. After the pitch was greenlit, CNN spent 2 days pursuing the facts. By November 3rd, they had fully completed their investigation, and they had filmed all the shots that they thought they needed to make a good story on Jake Tapper. By November 10th, that story was ready to be published. This was the first time that CNN decided to tell Zach that they were going to run a story on him. And when Zach asked, hey, can you give me a list of questions so I can make sure that the story is accurate? CNN gave him 2 hours to respond. Now, you heard this morning that it's our burden to prove our claims. You also heard that there's different burdens of proof for us to show our claims, and in order for us to be entitled to punitive damages, we need to show you by clear and convincing evidence that CNN acted with malice. We welcome our burden, and we intend to show you it's not a close call. If you think it's a close call, don't give us a dime, because the evidence we're going to show you is overwhelming. You're going to have, when you go back and deliberate at the end of this trial, you're going to have all the emails and text messages between the CNN employees leading up to the airing of the hit piece. You're going to have the raw video footage showing CNN's lead reporter on the story laughing about setting Zach up on the hit piece and declaring, when he didn't think the cameras were filming him, that the piece was theater. And at the core of this trial is just that, truth versus theater. When CNN's employees get up here to testify, I want you to think, are they telling you the truth, or are they just giving you more theater? Some of you may remember when the news used to be different, when it wasn't about clicks, scandal, and drama. When we had American reporters like Walter Cronkite, who's covered everything from Watergate to the moon landing, and actually cared about delivering Americans the facts they needed in order to make decisions as a nation. You have an opportunity in this trial to move the pendulum back towards sanity in our media. So, how did the CNN story start? Well, in order to walk you through what happened, I need to introduce you to a few individuals who are involved in the story. First, Joel Kornetsky.
Before we go further here, getting to this point against a network like CNN is some of the hardest things you can do in civil trials. Defamation. It is insanely difficult to even get to trial against a media network. So that tells me this man has good grounds. And I'm all for holding media, legacy media, accountable, but they have to convince a jury and they have to convince them to a certain degree. Yeah, this is interesting.
Alex Marquardt, you've heard his name a couple times already. Katie Bo-Lillis, and Tom Lovely. You're going to hear a few other CNN employees testify during this trial, but those are the key people who were involved with the story, and I want to preview some of the evidence and some of the testimony that you're going to hear from them. The story starts with Kornetsky. She's a Harvard-educated, American-born activist who's self-described as an ally towards Afghanistan and a social entrepreneur. She connects with Zach on LinkedIn after she sees one of his posts describing the services he's providing to corporations. Zach is initially civil with Kornetsky. And even though he thinks she's wasting his time, he breaks down his cost structure for her on the evacuations. Things, though, get heated between Kornetsky and Zach when she accuses him of planning for life on a private island. By this point, Zach understands that she's just trying to attack his work on corporate evacuations. So he tells her, go waste somebody else's time. He then blocks her and goes back to his work coordinating evacuations. Now, Kornetsky's not very happy about this. So she reaches out to a CNN reporter named Alex Marquardt and asks him if he wants to run a story about an American mercenary who's getting people out of Afghanistan and dumping them in Islamabad. After a single call with Kornetsky, Marquardt, the lead reporter on the segment that ended up airing on Jake Tapper, gets his idea for a big story. He's got his bad guy, the American mercenary. He was going to cast Zach as a predator running a black market operation to extort desperate Afghans. Marquardt's initial pitch of the story is October 28th, which is the day after CNN was initially pitched. He titled it Extortion of Desperate Afghans and chose Zach as the only subject for his piece. He told his bosses that Zach's the only one that needs to get investigated. The goal of the piece? To expose Zach as a criminal charging desperate Afghans. Never mind that Zach never charged a single Afghan. CNN wasn't actually interested in the facts. They just wanted sensational media. You're going to hear how Marquardt was so focused on Zach that he ignored real leads. Perhaps most telling is a text message exchange between him and Kornetsky. She tells Marquardt about an Afghan who paid to get out. But when he hears that Afghan did pay Zach, Marquardt tells Kornetsky, this story doesn't align with mine, unfortunately. Think about that. Marquardt is willing to ignore real stories about real Afghans because they don't align with the hit piece he's trying to run, where Zach is the villain. Now, Marquardt has zeroed in on Zach as his villain, but in order to make him a villain, he needs to find one of his victims. Unfortunately for Marquardt, he never finds any victim because Zach never charged any Afghan. But he does find a few people that Zach communicated with on LinkedIn. What he learns is that Zach only worked with corporations, the corporations I told you about earlier today. But Marquardt didn't want to tell a story about corporate evacuations. That isn't sexy, it isn't scandal, and it's not what drives eyeballs to the network. Marquardt never really tried to contact the corporations that Zach had successfully conducted evacuations for. Meanwhile, buzz starts building in CNN's headquarters about Marquardt's big piece. Taglines start getting shared a bunch amongst a number of eager employees, CNN employees who are excited about this piece. They exchange topics like extortion of desperate Afghans and a shadowy black market. Amongst all the excitement, CNN's executive vice president says that the story on Zach would make a great story or great piece for the lead with Jake Tapper, CNN's star reporter. November 1, 2021, the story is greenlit. CNN has no evidence that Zach charged any Afghan. They have no evidence that he's done anything illegal. It doesn't matter. They have a tragic situation. People trying to escape a war-torn country. They have, as one CNN employee put it, a punchable pace for their lead. Zach's face. Now all they need is theater. By this point, you're going to see in the documents that CNN's recklessness turns to maliciousness. Someone texts Marquardt, I'd love to see you take this guy down. Marquardt obliges. Later that same day, he texts an editor from CNN, I'm going to nail this Zachary Young motherfucker. His editor leans in and tells him, I'm going to hold you to that, cowboy. This brings us to phase 2 of the hit piece, November 2nd to November 3rd, when they pursued Zach. We're now 1 week out from the hit piece era. Marquardt tells his colleague, Katie Bo-Lillis, the third person I said told you about a couple minutes ago, that he wants to get Zach to a place where he's calling him on camera. See, they want to get that shot for the hit piece, the entrapment he gets. Marquardt doesn't want Zach to know that he's lining him up. So he tells his colleague, Miss Lillis, that she should be the one doing all of the texting with Zach. They conspire to deceive Zach. They don't tell him that they're planning on reporting on him. They don't tell him they've basically already written the story. Instead, Marquardt tells Lillis, if the cover is blown, just tell Zach we're doing stories on evacuations. We just want to talk to him about the lay of the land. Lillis is happy to help. She thinks Zach is a asshole and a shitbag. You're going to see the web of lies that Lillis was weaving in real time. While Lillis is conspiring with Marquardt about how to deceive Zach, she tells Zach, I'm a straight shooter. I'll be frank with you about where we are. This is a text message exchange between Katie Lillis and Zach. While this whole ruse is going on, Marquardt texts Lillis, it's Zach's funeral, bucko. To which Lillis responds, as she's texting Zach that she's the straight shooter, ha ha, bucko. Why does Marquardt declare it's Zach's funeral? Well, he's about to stage a shot of him calling Zach and Zach not picking up. He knows that if he includes that shot in the segment, it's going to make Zach look guilty for not answering questions. Even though what's really going on is Zach has no idea somebody's about to call him. He has no idea it's Marquardt, and he has no idea that CNN's about to run a story on him. We've got the raw footage of Marquardt making that call to Zach. You're going to see it in this trial. And what you're going to see is that Marquardt staged the entire thing. There's actually 2 calls that are made in the video, a real one and a fake one, where he pretends to call Zach. And when Marquardt thinks the cameraman is no longer filming him, when he thinks no one is watching, he reveals what the piece is really about. He takes a step back, puts his hands in the air, and he declares theater. He's just staged the downfall of a man, and he declares the thing theater. Right after the theater video, Marquardt celebrates with Lillis, Katie Lillis, that he got a shot. He texts another colleague, we've got everything they need. They're ready to publish the 3rd P. It's now November 10th, the day before the story runs. Marquardt has been waiting until the last possible moment to reveal himself to Zach because he knows he needs a record of him actually reaching out to Zach. So approximately 24 hours before the story runs on Jake Tapper, he reaches out to Zach and he says, hey, CNN's about to write a story about you. He knows it's evening in Vienna time where Zach lives, and so he knows it's unlikely that Zach's going to respond. Less than 24 hours later, on November 11th, we're now on the day the piece is set to air. Zach responds to Marquardt and asks him if he'll send him a list of questions that CNN wants answered. He wants to set the story straight. He wants to make sure that they're going to do a story on him, that they have their facts right. He doesn't know what the story's about. This gets Marquardt upset. Why? Because if he gives Zach an opportunity to respond to the reporting, it could jeopardize the story going on Jake Tapper, which could be bad for him. He texts Katie Lillis, for fuck's sakes, fucking Young just texted me. But Marquardt comes up with a plan. He'll send him a list of questions, and he'll give him an impossibly short window to respond. Marquardt does just that, and he tells Zach, you've got 2 hours. Zach responds in no uncertain terms. That's definitely not a realistic deadline. In any case, I can tell you for sure, some of your facts or assertions, or not, I think there's supposed to be a sure there, for sure are not accurate. And if they are published, I will seek legal damages. Did CNN care? No. They published the Jake Tapper story anyway. The segment itself is 4 minutes long, and I have some evidence I still want to get through with you, and I have limited time. Zach's going to be the first person that testifies in this trial, and we're going to show you not just the Tapper segment, but all the republications of it when Zach gets up there to take the stand. You may see it when CNN gets up here to do its opening, but there's still some evidence I want to cover with you. The Jake Tapper show was seen by more than 650,000 individuals that night. CNN would go on to republish it at least 8 more times, and in total, more than 2 million people saw the segment around the world. Which brings me to the 4th person I wanted to speak with you about, Tom Lumley. Lumley was responsible for creating the digital article, that's the CNN.com article I told you about earlier. Now, he doesn't find out about Marquardt's story until just a couple hours before it's aired. Some of the employees you're going to see had known for like more than a week. Lumley finds out like 2 hours before it goes live. He tells one of his colleagues, though, that the story is full of holes, like Swiss cheese. That CNN employee writes him back, yeah, it's 80% emotion, 20% obscured fact. Lumley tells another colleague that there's a fundamental question missing in the story, whether Zach actually preyed on any Afghans. Lumley saw the obvious problems with the piece. And you will see that evidence that Lumley found it so disturbing that he couldn't believe that CNN's leadership actually approved the story on Young. One of Lumley's coworkers agreed, writing, "The inference running through Alex's story that these people are just bilking desperate Afghans might not be fair at all." CNN willingly ignored Lumley's journalistic concerns. After the article was sent for approval, Lumley writes that he just wanted it done to diffuse the drama and that it's only half a good story. At the end of the day, there was no one at CNN that was willing to stand up for truth. Fear prevailed. Which brings me to the final chapter of this trial, Zach's life after the hit piece. To use Marquardt's own words, it was Zach's funeral. The career that he had spent 2 decades building was decimated. You're going to hear how, after the story aired, Zach's former intelligence professionals wanted nothing to do with him. Overnight, he went from patriot to criminal, and his career as a private intelligence and security consultant has not recovered. CNN's reckless journalism stole Zach's income and reputation. But it wasn't just his career that suffered. Zach's paid a heavy cost in his personal life as well. After many years of service to the US government, he deserved the life that he was living, and CNN took that from him without any justification. Now, I anticipate that CNN's attorneys and witnesses will make a couple arguments to continue to try to attack Zach's work in Afghanistan. CNN can no longer claim that he did anything illegal. The court has just told you that he did not. CNN can't claim that he took any money from Afghans because, again, the court has told you that you must accept that fact as true. So I imagine that they will create new claims to try to distract you from the issues in this case. I want to briefly address a couple of the arguments that I think they're likely to make. First, you're going to hear from Zach himself that about a month after the CNN piece aired, he deleted LinkedIn messages and other documents. CNN will argue that Zach did that to hide bad evidence. Zach will tell you that's not true, that he did it because he was in a panic, because he was worried that the Austrian government was going to see the story and the police were going to show up in his house, and that he had a bunch of online trolling on him from people who saw the story on his LinkedIn account. Zach deleted his LinkedIn messaging to stop the online trolls. The idea that he did that to hide some black market activity, and the court has instructed you that he did not do anything illegal, is simply a fiction that CNN hopes you believe. Second, you're going to see communications where Zach is rude, flippant, and arrogant. He calls Kornetsky, the person I told you about in the beginning who first found Zach, he calls her a spiteful bitch after she accuses him of charging $15,000 for the corporate evacuations. There's also messages with somebody living in Colorado where after Zach finds out the guy's wasting his time, he says, "You can't be serious, have them run for the border and see how far they get." Zach's language is rude and abrasive. He doesn't like distractions and he's mission focused. We've all seen the spy movies where actors like Liam Neeson pretend to have a particular set of skills. Hollywood does not cast its spies to be warm and cuddly, and in the real world, you don't want them to be either. None of this means that Zach is criminal. None of this means that he took any money from Afghans. Do not let CNN use these to distract you from the real issues in this case. Which brings me to the conclusion. I want to thank you for your time yesterday, today, and in the coming weeks. We all know that your time is valuable, and we're going to do our best to present this case as efficiently as possible. I want to end today where you will end, with the 3 issues that you'll decide at the end of this trial. First, you're going to be asked to decide whether CNN defamed Zach. There's 2 ways you can find CNN liable for defamation. Either their use of the word black market implied that Zach did something illegal, or the story as a whole painted Zach as a bad actor preying on desperate Afghans. Now, CNN is probably going to argue that the word black market doesn't mean illegal. They're going to tell you that the word means unregulated, like a kid at the corner selling lemonade at a stand. Problem for CNN? That's not how the dictionary defines it. We're going to show you that consistent with common sense stuff, your common sense, that the dictionary defines the term black market to mean an illegal trade or traffic. Don't let CNN redefine words. Next, if you find CNN liable, you're going to be asked to determine how much to award Zach. There's 2 forms of damages that Zach is seeking: economic damages for his lost future income, and pain and suffering damages. Finally, you're going to be asked to decide whether CNN should be punished. Punitive damages are different from the type of damages that Zach is seeking directly. In order for Zach to recover punitive damages, he must prove that CNN acted with malice. Well, what does that mean? If CNN just negligently published their story and got the facts wrong, they still might be liable to Zach for the economic harm, but they wouldn't be entitled to punitive damages. For example, if I was sped into the parking lot at the courthouse this morning in a hurry to get to this room on time, and I crashed into Bell's parked car, I'd be responsible for paying for the damage I caused to his car. I made a mistake, but I'm still responsible for making Bell whole because it's my fault he's got a massive dent in his rear bumper now. The evidence that you're going to see in this case is going to show you that CNN's reporting was not a mistake. From the beginning, they set out to destroy Zach's reputation. They didn't care about the truth. They cared about theater, and they cared about ratings. You're going to have an opportunity to do something incredible in this trial. You're going to have an opportunity to send a message to mainstream media. You're going to have an opportunity to change an industry. When I sit down in a moment, CNN's attorney is going to deliver their opening statement. You're going to hear from CNN's attorneys and their employees in this trial. And I imagine they're going to testify how it's CNN's mission to deliver the facts, how they care about that mission, and how there is nothing malicious about CNN's reporting. But when you hear what they say today in this courtroom, compare it to the words they used in their text messages and emails before this lawsuit. Compare it to what CNN said before they were facing a 9-figure verdict. When you make that comparison, when you consider the evidence, you decide who's telling you the truth and who's giving you theater. Thank you.
Y'all doing all right?
Yes. Okay, that was powerful. Absolutely powerful. Let's see what CNN has to say for themselves.
So would you entertain a 5-minute quick
But,
break?
yeah, that's what I was trying to see from a timing standpoint. Yeah. Just from a timing standpoint, I don't want to cut you short or break your opening up.
Yeah, I'm probably going to go, I'm guessing 45 minutes, 50 minutes?
Yeah.
So 5 minutes.
That'll get us closer to 11 o'clock. So I didn't want y'all sitting there if you needed a break. All right, why don't we do this? We'll take a 5-minute break real quick. I don't know if y'all wrote anything in your notepads or whatever, but just take your notepads and throw them in the.
And the beauty of recapping. Can skip ahead.
I thought we were going.
For worse,
Mr. Axelrod.
Well, thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday was really quick, so I didn't really get the proper chance to introduce myself. My name is Dave Axelrod. It's my privilege to represent CNN. For better or for worse, you all are going to hear a lot from me over the next 2 weeks. And just off the bat, we thank you for your attention and your service. Along with me, Joe Bailey sitting over there, Sandy Sanborn, and Chuck Tobin, who's somewhere around here, are the lawyers representing CNN. For me, the most important person in the courtroom is Gianni DeMezza back there, who makes sure all the documents go up well and make sure that we're doing everything the right way. And then, of course, Adam Levine, who is the Senior Vice President of News for CNN, is sitting there with us as well. And you'll be hearing from him testify later in this trial. But when you came in here, before you started hearing the instructions from the judge and before you heard Mr. Roche, or you listened to me, you probably said to yourselves, why are we here? And the simple answer is we're here because in November 2021, CNN published 2 stories about the Afghan evacuations. One was the video segment, which I'll show you in a minute, a couple minutes. And one was a written article that went up on CNN.com. So I'll refer to them as the segment and the article. And we're here because those 2 publications, the segment and the article, they were tough, but they were fair and they were accurate. That's what CNN's reporting was. After the U.S. withdrew from Afghanistan in the fall of 2021, you're going to see the videos. Afghanistan was lawless chaos. People couldn't leave the country, and the Taliban was actively hunting Afghans who had worked with the U.S. military. Because of those horrible conditions, trapped Afghans, people who had helped the U.S. government for 2 decades, were forced to wait for the Taliban to find them and their families, or find a way to pay fees beyond their means to leave the country. Zachary Young was one of the private operators who saw these horrible conditions as a way to make money. You're going to hear, and you're going to see the documents, that there were many U.S. veterans, people who had served in Afghanistan, who volunteered. You're going to hear from General Young. Mr. Roche told you he's going to come in, he's a plaintiff's expert. He and his colleagues set up a very good volunteer veterans organization that evacuated like a couple thousand Afghans. You're going to hear about those wonderful volunteer veterans organizations who came in and did a good service. And you're going to hear about Mr. Young, who saw this desperation as a way to get rich. And he didn't hide it. He's here. We're here because CNN published a story. But what you're going to see and what the evidence is going to show is that over and over again, Mr. Young advertised his services on LinkedIn. I don't know if you all use LinkedIn. A lot more people use Facebook, but LinkedIn is a social network site for businesses, for individuals looking for jobs, for individuals looking to get hired. Mr. Young advertised his services over and over again on LinkedIn, directly to sponsors sometimes, that's American companies, and directly to Afghans. And you're going to see his exchanges with those Afghans where he says, it's $14,500 for me to get you out of Afghanistan, which is, you're going to hear, is way more than any Afghan could ever pay. You're going to see CNN put up his picture. That was the picture that Mr. Young chose to use on his LinkedIn site, that he put up with every one of his messages. Back home in the US, in the fall of 2021, we Americans watched as networks like CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, all the big stations, they reported on those horrible conditions on the ground. They showed the desperation and the chaos that was left behind when our government withdrew our troops and the dangerous situation we left for those people who helped us for 20 years. The segment and the article delivered this message. They delivered this message about those horrible and desperate conditions. Because of the failures of our government, Afghans who had pledged their loyalty to the US were left with few good options. And you're going to see that part of that reporting was about Zach Young, his advertisements, and the people like him who saw this as nothing more than a way to make money. Every word you're going to see in CNN's reporting was true. Every word was accurate. And CNN's reporting was tough. But it was tough, and it was fair, and it was accurate. And that's what the evidence is going to show in this case. Now, since I was a younger man, when I had a lot less gray hair caused by trials and kids, I was a federal prosecutor, and I prosecuted white-collar fraud. Trials, I learned, were the best way to get to the truth. A lot of people say, oh, jurors come in, they don't know anything, they can't be trusted. Completely disagree. You all have the power of using your common sense, your combined wisdom, your combined life experiences to look at all the evidence and get to the truth of the matter. And that's what you're going to be asked to do in this case. We trust you to do it. They trust you to do it. It's the best system in the world. But the evidence is what's really important. Now, Mr. Roche just told you a story. And that's all it was. It was a good story, but it's all it was a story. I'm going to tell you a story. I hope it's as good as his. It might not be. But my opinion is just a story too. Because opening statements, those are statements by lawyers, are not evidence. Nothing Mr. Roche said is evidence. Nothing I'm about to say is evidence. Rather, they're just competing views of what we think the evidence will show. And good lawyers, like Mr. Roche, they can tell you a story that isn't necessarily going to line up with the evidence. I'm just going to give you one example, but you're going to see a lot more as you go through this trial. Now, Mr. Roche said there's a text or a Slack exchange where Mr. Marquardt says, we're going to nail this MFer. And he's right, there is. But what Mr. Roche didn't tell you is that 2 lines later in that same exchange, Mr. Marquardt says, or maybe he'll just slip away. But that's what the lawyers can do. They can tell you a story that doesn't necessarily line up with the evidence. So what all of us in this courtroom are going to ask you to do is pay incredibly close attention to the actual evidence in the case, rather than just relying on my story or Mr. Roche's story. Now, I'm not going to break my opening down by kind of segments, but I'm going to tell you that during this trial, you're going to learn three very critical things. In November 21, CNN published a TV segment and the online article that included references to Mr. Young. These stories, as you're going to see, were carefully researched. They were carefully written, and many experienced journalists at CNN put eyes on these stories. They put eyes on the stories to make sure they were accurate. They put eyes on the stories to make sure they were fair. And the first important thing you're going to learn in this case is that neither story accused Mr. Young of doing anything illegal. Indeed, the reporting on Young truthfully reported his own public advertisements on LinkedIn. And as you're going to see in a couple minutes, they were almost all his own words. That's the first important thing you're going to see. The second important thing you're going to see is that Mr. Young, who has the burden in this case, will present no witness other than himself who will testify that they interpreted the stories that Mr. Young claims are the way that he did. Not a single person. He won't bring one single person who says, I watched the segment, I read the article, I saw it the same way as Mr. Young. Not a single one. Third, Mr. Young, whose burden it is, will present no witness who will testify about Mr. Young's reputation before the CNN publications or afterwards. You won't have any witness who will testify that they thought less of Mr. Young or wouldn't hire him because of the CNN stories. Not a single one. And you heard Mr. Roche talk about Mr. Young's background, all this service, all these skills. The fact that plaintiff can't bring one witness to testify that they thought less of him or that they wouldn't hire him, tells you all you need to know about his case. It's just not there. Those three things, that's the case in a nutshell. And maybe I should sit down, but I'm going to go a little bit further. So I'm going to put a little more meat on the bones of what you're going to see. In 2021, the Biden administration withdrew troops from Afghanistan. It was a disaster, and the Taliban took immediate control. And maybe one area where CNN and Mr. Young agreed is that the conditions on the ground in Afghanistan were abhorrent. The Taliban is a repressive terrorist organization. It persecutes minority groups like Christians. It doesn't allow women basic freedoms. And third, it vowed to punish any Afghan who would work with the US government. So as the US pulled out, you'll see the videos, desperate Afghans fled to the airport. And you may have seen the video, they're like clinging on cargo planes. It's one of the most sad and horrifying images you can see. And then there was a suicide bombing at the airport, and 13 American service members lost their life, and 170 Afghans were killed. And that is the desperation that CNN did a ton of reporting on. But in the wake, so America leaves Afghanistan in that period. And in the wake of leaving Afghanistan, thousands of Afghans were trapped. And these three groups, women, minorities, US loyal people, they faced assaults, they faced imprisonments, they faced death or worse because they dared to help the United States or because they were women who enjoyed basic freedoms for the last 20 years. So as I said, nonprofits and veterans groups started organizing volunteer campaigns immediately. And these noble people donated their time, worked their contacts, raised money from Americans in the United States, and charged those Afghans nothing for that. CNN covered the Afghanistan withdrawal extensively. In the lead up to the US withdrawal from Afghanistan and the months that followed, CNN covered the dire situation on the ground. CNN reported on the policy failures by the Biden administration, both before and after the withdrawal. CNN reported on the brutal conditions imposed by the Taliban after the withdrawal. CNN reported on the suicide attacks at the airport. CNN reported on the danger that Afghans who helped the US faced under the Taliban. Most importantly, for why we're here, CNN reported on evacuations. CNN ran multiple stories on evacuations during this period. CNN dedicated hours and hours of coverage to the situation in Afghanistan because, as awful as it is seeing images of people clinging to airplanes and people facing horrible persecution by the Taliban, this is a story that we as Americans need to see because it was a policy failure that left people who were our friends in dire situation. And I know it's trite to say, but the saying goes, if we don't learn from our history, we're doomed to repeat it. And that's what CNN was doing. It was showing Americans what was going on the ground. Alex Marquardt, who's going to be someone you're going to hear from in this case, you're going to see his name a ton. Mr. Roach mentioned him a bunch. He's a CNN reporter. He covers national security. He's been a professional reporter for nearly 20 years. During his time at CNN and before that at ABC News, Alex reported from war zones all over the world. This is what he's dedicated his life to: the Ukraine, Libya, Syria, Israel, Gaza. He's reported live from all of them, bringing these news from those conflict zones to our TVs. You're going to hear that he lived in the Middle East for 6 years, reporting on numerous conflicts in the region.
Thank you, Nana.
He's been to Afghanistan. He's reported from Afghanistan. He's exactly the reporter you would turn to cover this type of dire situation and help explain it to Americans. Indeed, after the Taliban took over, he did a number of stories about Afghan evacuations. He ran a story on U.S. evacuations of Afghan interpreters who helped the U.S. He did a story on the evacuation of Afghan pilots who trained with the U.S. military. He did a story on the CIA's role in evacuating a female Afghan American who had been volunteering in Kabul when Kabul fell. So in October, just after the withdrawal, Alex received information about people charging a lot of money for evacuations, $15,000 per person, which, as you'll hear to an Afghan, is just an unbelievably large amount of money. He believed, and you'll hear it from him, that it was important to report on the high prices people were charging desperate Afghans to escape death. And you'll see, one of the people that Alex learned of was Zachary Young. Alex saw Young's communications with multiple people, and so he started looking into it. And he quickly saw Young's advertisements plastered all over LinkedIn. So through the second half of October and into November, Alex Marquardt reported. He's a reporter, that's what he did.
Now, this complicates things for me, at least, that he actually advertised. Give me money and I will get you to freedom. That complicates things.
He talked to volunteers in Afghanistan and the United States who were trying to help Afghans. He talked to Afghans in Afghanistan desperate to get out. He talked to an Afghan in the US, desperate to get his family out of Afghanistan. And you're going to hear that Alex wasn't working the story alone. That there's another reporter, her name's Katie Bo-Lillis. She's also a national security reporter. And she helped Alex out. And you're going to hear that in the midst of Alex kind of looking at the story, looking at Mr. Young, Katie Bo-Lillis learns about Mr. Young completely independently because he is so far out there on LinkedIn, sending these advertisements to everyone, trying to make as much money off the situation as he can. It's only when Mr. Marquardt and Ms. Lillis showed each other the information that they realized that they were both heard about Mr. Young independently. And here's exactly what Mr. Marquardt and Ms. Lillis saw and what you're going to see in this case. Mr. Young was advertising to everyone on LinkedIn. He was charging over $14,000 a person to evacuate Afghans. He was promising people visas if they evacuated to certain countries. They saw communications where Mr. Young communicated directly with desperate Afghans. They saw communications where when Mr. Young was communicating with those Afghans, as soon as they said they didn't have a sponsor, Mr. Young would just stop responding. They saw communications where Mr. Young berated other Americans who had the gall to question what he was doing. Mr. Roach talked about one of those where he called this woman, Jill Kornetsky, a spiteful bee. They saw messages where Mr. Young represented that he could secure Afghans refugee status. And you're going to hear from Ms. Lillis and Mr. Marquardt that this especially caught their attention. Because of their experience reporting on Afghanistan and war-torn countries, they knew it was incredibly unlikely to be a promise that Mr. Young could actually keep. And you're going to hear Mr. Young's own testimony. He had no idea if he could give people refugee status, but he was out there making those representations himself. Now, Mr. Roach talked about some of the internal communications at CNN, where Mr. Marquardt and others made callous observations about Mr. Young. You're going to see that those weren't made in a vacuum. They were made when the CNN reporters saw how Mr. Young callously replied to a question about his prices. That if Afghan can't pay his prices, they should run for the border and see how far they get. And let's put that comment in context. You have desperate Afghans who are being persecuted. And when Mr. Young was questioned about his pricing, he told this person, have them run for the border and see how far they get. That was one of the comments that Mr. Marquardt and Ms. Willis were responding to. Another one was where Mr. Young cussed out that volunteer, Jill Kornetsky, told her to F off, and then called her a spiteful bee because she had the gall to question his pricing. You're going to see the communication between Mr. Marquardt and Ms. Willis. We're not hiding from them, but you're going to see as those two reporters learned more and more about Mr. Young, and they saw the seemingly impossible promises that he was making on LinkedIn, they expressed their disdain for him. And you're going to hear directly from them why they said those things. You're going to hear that from their perspective as reporters who have worked in war zones and seen true human despair, that Mr. Young's comments were completely offensive. Now, over the weeks that they worked the story, Mr. Marquardt and Ms. Willis communicated with Mr. Young multiple times. They wanted to hear from Young. You're going to see that. They were trying to gather as much information for their story as they could possibly. You're going to see a very extensive back and forth on November 3rd of 2021, 8 days before the stories air, between Ms. Willis and Mr. Young. They had a long back and forth where Katie Bo-Lillis repeatedly asked Mr. Young to jump on the phone and talk to her. Mr. Young declined, but he kept texting back and forth. And you're going to see that Mr. Marquardt called Mr. Young on November 3rd, but he didn't answer. You're going to see that Mr. Marquardt texted Mr. Young on November 10th, but he didn't respond. And you're going to see that on November 11th, Mr. Marquardt reached out to Young, and he again didn't want to answer questions about his pricing. Mr. Young had no obligation to talk to CNN, but as you'll see, there can be no dispute, and we're going to go through it carefully. That CNN didn't try to learn as much as possible from Mr. Young as they could. And so I want to kind of talk about two things that Mr. Roach talked about. First, he said that until November 11th, right before the story happened, Mr. Young had no idea that CNN was working on a story about him. This could not be less true. You're going to see the back and forth between Ms. Lillis and Mr. Young on November 3rd, 8 days before the story, where Mr. Young threatens to sue CNN because he says, I already know what the story's about. The other fallacy that Mr. Roach talked about is this idea that Mr. Young didn't have enough time to respond. You're going to hear Mr. Young admit when he takes a stand that he actually didn't need more time to respond to the questions that Mr. Marquardt asked him. They were all very simple questions. And you're going to hear Mr. Young say, oh yeah, I could have answered that question in a second. I could have answered that question in a second. You're going to see, and the evidence is going to show, that over the course of 8 days before the publication, it became very clear to CNN that Mr. Young was going to give limited false information to CNN and that at the end, he was just trying to stonewall the story. So after about 2 to 3 weeks of reporting, Mr. Marquardt drafted the segment for a show on CNN called The Lead with Jake Tapper. Over a period of days, Mr. Marquardt wrote and produced this 4-minute segment. The story, I'm going to show it to you in a second, because this is a defamation case, and defamation cases are about the publications. The story, as you'll see, focused on the terrible situation on the ground for Afghans looking to flee. As part of the story, Mr. Marquardt interviewed 2 Afghan men, who talked about their efforts to flee and to help family members get out. One Afghan, located in California, we'll hear from him in a second, told Alex he was desperate to get his family out. They were being targeted by the Taliban because his mother was a doctor who helped our service members. And how this man turned to someone on Facebook, not Mr. Young, who he heard was evacuating people. And when he begged for that man's help, he was told it would cost $10,000 a person to get his family of 10 out of Afghanistan, which is, of course, more money than you could possibly find. That wasn't about Mr. Young. You're going to hear that. Mr. Marquardt then interviewed another Afghan who worked as a contractor with the U.S. and who was still in Afghanistan. And that man spoke about how he met with someone in Afghanistan who wanted $50,000 to get his family on a flight list. That was also not about Mr. Young. The 3rd minute of this 4-minute TV segment focuses on Mr. Young. And the story says that Mr. Young is charging $14,000 a person on LinkedIn, and it shows his LinkedIn posts where he advertises his services. And then the story ends, and you'll see it, with Mr. Young saying that he only expects payments from sponsors. Those were the words that he gave Katie Bo-Wills, and CNN included his words in the story. Most importantly, what you're going to see about the segment is it never says Mr. Young's doing anything criminal. It never implies Mr. Young's doing anything criminal. The story says that Mr. Young is charging a lot of money to get people out of Afghanistan, and it uses his own words, only his own words, to explain that. Everything in the story, we're going to walk through it in a minute, everything the story reports about Mr. Young came directly from his posts on LinkedIn, or things he said directly to people on LinkedIn, or things he said directly to CNN. His own words. Now, I'm going to put up the segment for you. So you can just cue it up. DX 111. This is a defamation case. And you may ask why plaintiffs didn't show you the segment in their presentation. They had an hour to make a presentation. They went about 40 minutes. They chose not to show it to you. Because when you actually watch the segment and you actually look at the article, you'll see that there's no there there. So I implore you, watch the segment carefully. Watch it as many times as you can during this trial. Read the article carefully, because you're going to see that there's nothing false about Mr. Young in any of it. So, Mr. Demezza, can we cue that up? Let it rip.
In our worldly today, the U.S. government, the Biden administration, said.
Yeah, we'll see if I survive this, but this is the reporting.
Can you all do that?
Is there a way that we...
Yeah, let's see if I survive a strike, because this is CNN, who may or may not look bad. So, CNN, this is a trial. This is a public trial. This is evidence in a trial that I am showing. Not so, in my opinion, with the commentary in this setting, this is considered fair use. But we'll see. We'll see. It wouldn't be the first time somebody strikes me. Well, not strike, but copyright takedown or whatever's.
I'm sorry, the sound in the video itself is a little funky, so we're just trying to work through it.
In our worldly today, the U.S.
Is
government, the Biden.
Is that a little bit better?
It's about the same.
Yeah, just 1 second. We're going to work through this, and hopefully we have a better solution tomorrow. But for some reason, we can't get it loud right now. So I'm going to try to be really quiet. Hopefully you all can do your best.
In our world lead today, the U.S. government, the Biden administration, says that as of last week, it had assisted in the departure of at least 377 U.S. citizens and 279 lawful permanent residents of the U.S. from Afghanistan since August 31st. Still, many Afghans who desperately want to flee Taliban rule, and Afghans who say their lives are at stake, they remain behind. As CNN's Alex Marquardt has discovered, Afghans trying to get out of the country face a black market full of promises, demands of exorbitant fees, and no guarantee of safety or success.
Stop it right there. So that is the first 40 seconds of the video. As you can see, it's a discussion of the U.S. evacuating Americans and a lack of options for Afghans who want to leave. And you'll see that this thing at the bottom is called a banner. We'll refer to that for this trial. You'll see that the banner says Afghans trying to flee Taliban face black markets, exorbitant fees, etc. As you can see in this first 40 seconds of this video, nothing about Mr. Young.
These are the heavy steps of a young man trying to save his family. He's just 26 years old and lives in California. We can't show his face for the safety of his family in Afghanistan.
I'm desperate. The danger is imminent.
Since the chaotic international withdrawal from Afghanistan, his parents, siblings, and wife have been in hiding from the Taliban, who in the past, the young man says, have violently beaten his father, a doctor, and been angry with his mother, a women's rights activist who worked for the U.S.
Taliban left announcement to my parents that anybody who helped them find my parents or my family that ends up with their execution will gain a prize.
They put a bounty on your family's head.
Exactly. This is really serious. They went to our house. They destroyed every single thing.
Desperate, he turned to Facebook, finding people offering ways to get Afghans out of the country for a price.
That person came up to me and told me, hey, you know what? You got to pay $10,000 per person in order to be evacuated then.
Per person.
9-10 people. It would be like $100,000, and I cannot provide $100,000 in cash. In a way, like even if I provide that money, there is no guarantee that they will be evacuated.
According to Afghans and activists we've spoken with, desperate Afghans are now being exploited, like that young man, told that they can get them or their families out if they pay exorbitant, often impossible amounts.
Just a question here. So he had the choice of getting one person to safety, and he chose himself. Not his wife, not his father, not his mother, himself. Just putting it out there.
So that's the first interview that goes on in the story. We're now up to 210 on the story. As you just saw, the first interview features this man in California who was talking to someone on Facebook, not Mr. Young. And the story is all about how Afghans are desperate and stuck, and that people are charging prices that no Afghan could pay. And we're now 2 minutes, 10 seconds in. Mr. Young's name has not been mentioned at all.
Only one family, $50,000.
We Skyped with a father of 3 in Kabul who had just met with a man offering to get them on an evacuation flight list.
They want to leave the country. If you say yes, they're going to say, okay, pay first. I said, how we can pay that much money right now? It's only business matters. People are making $100,000 per day.
This man, whose identity we also need to hide, worked as a contractor for USAID. He's a special interest visa applicant for the U.S. The kind of Afghan citizen the Biden administration says they're working to evacuate. What is the U.S. doing that you know of to try to get you and your family out?
Unfortunately, they are not doing now anything. Up to 31st, they said everything is closed and it's finished. We did not receive anything back from U.S. Embassy or from any other.
Yeah, how about, yeah. I don't like becoming political. But if you have people working for your country in Afghanistan, we have that, we Swedes have that too from the embassy, the Swedish embassy in Afghanistan. We got most of them here. So yeah, this, besides the point of this defamation trial, it's abhorrent. It is disgusting to leave your contractors behind. People who helped your country. Just leaving them behind. With no plan. Yes, this is a cat. This is Mr. Jingles. This is Mr. Jingles. Everybody say hello to Mr. Jingles. He is the actual owner of this farm and this channel. And if I don't do this, which will provide treats for Mr. Jingles with some ad revenue, super chats, he will suffocate me in my sleep.
Organization. We are now 3 minutes and 2 seconds in the story. We've now interviewed a second Afghan person. That guy is in Afghanistan. Focused on people offering desperate Afghans flights out of the.
I don't know that if this, because this only shows, look at all these people that has to pay. And if you then show his face and not with a context, this is not the guy who offered these people, specifically him. It doesn't really matter if he generally offered it, but in this story they portray, look at all these people, and here's this one, Mr. Young.
Country, as you heard, he worked as a contractor for the U.S. government, and it's highlighting the fact that the U.S. government's not doing enough. That's the focus of the story.
So he went online, where he found a man named Zachary Young, who was one of many advertising evacuations from Afghanistan, posting just this.
Stop it. So now we're at 310 in the story, and Mr. Young is first introduced. And so you'll see, we just saw his picture, but that is the same picture from LinkedIn. That's where CNN got it. And as you'll see, this is his open advertisements to anyone, including Afghans, on LinkedIn. And see, the first thing CNN does is it highlights his own words. If you are a sponsor with funding, series to evacuate people from Afghanistan on short notice, please reach out. We can provide references and we can deliver. So you can see, in the very first thing they say about, CNN says about Mr. Young, they're highlighting his words, where in this one, he's saying, if you are a sponsor, contact me. A sponsor being an American company or an NGO looking to pay for Afghans to get out. Mr. Messer?
We can deliver. One LinkedIn user.
So again,
that's interesting, because his offering, if I read this correctly, is not for individuals. He's offering services to companies that want their employees out of there. These are two completely different things, in my opinion.
We go to a next part of Mr. Young. I don't want to rewind it and play it in full again. But the next thing that's highlighted about Mr. Young.
So in this reporting from CNN, they have these people who, as individuals, try to get out of Afghanistan. What Mr. Young here seems to do is offer his services to the companies to get who wants to get their employees out. So he's not charging individuals. He wants to charge the companies. So, yeah, this is interesting.
Again, his own words. And this was a conversation Mr. Young had with someone before he deleted it. You can hear about that in a second. And so this is the conversation. Yes, what are you charging and where does this get her? Mr. Young responds, $75,000 for one vehicle, 5 to 6 passengers, Kabul to Peshawar, and I'll also facilitate passports and visits and transit to Dushanbe. But again, it costs money. Again, these are his own words. This was somebody asking him, what are you charging? And these are the prices that he is giving, $75,000 for a vehicle, for a ride. Mr. Messer, can start again?
Posted messages with Young, where Young said it would
go back like 10 seconds. Thank you.
It was one of many advertising evacuations from Afghanistan, posting just this week, we can deliver. One LinkedIn user.
Yeah, look at that again.
Evacuations from Afghanistan,
posting just this week. Here. If you are a sponsor with funding, sponsor in this context is if you as in a company, are serious to evacuate people, as in employees and families. He's not directing his services to individuals, in my opinion.
We can deliver. One LinkedIn user posted messages with Young, where Young said it would be $75,000 for a car to Pakistan. He told another it would be $14,500 per person to get to the United Arab Emirates or
Yeah, so in this context, what CNN is doing is connecting him towards this black market that is towards individuals, not companies.
Albania for another 4,000. Price is well.
So again, now this is the third thing talking about Mr. Young. Again, this was another advertisement that he made on LinkedIn. You see, there's his face. Now he's charging flights for $14,500.
Yeah, I say, sponsor needs to arrange onward travel. Sponsor here is companies, not individuals.
$100 per person. And you're going to hear in this trial that Mr. Young never evacuated anyone by flight. He promises a 4-month visa in the United Arab Emirates. You're going to hear that he had no idea how he would ever do that. Then he says, sponsor needs to arrange onward travel. So a sponsor could arrange onward travel, or we can offer onward to Albania for an additional $4,000, which includes refugee status on arrival. So again, this is Mr. Young's own words, offering to Afghans and everyone that he can arrange refugee status in a country called Albania.
I don't think this lawyer is accurate here. I don't see Mr. Young offering to all and everyone. He's offering for, yeah, I don't want to repeat myself. First Best GG asks here, for the dangerous nature of this evacuation, why wouldn't his company charge for getting groups out? Passports, connections, travel expenses. Yeah. Again, I don't like it, but that has nothing to do with it. This is how he was portrayed by CNN. The CNN, all the way up to leading up to his ad, they chose to show individuals. So yeah. So as the World's End here says, so this is about seeking a private adventure via overland evacuation and not on transport by nation-state taxpayer funded flights. Whole different context. Yeah, exactly.
And then you can see at the bottom, it says, if they have no passport, the price is an additional $1,000. Mr. Young's own words, CNN found them, they published them. But just to be very clear, this is what Mr. Young had put up on LinkedIn before CNN published it. Right?
Beyond the reach of most Afghans. We got Young's number and called, but he didn't pick up. In a text message, he told CNN that Afghans trying to leave are expected to have sponsors pay for them. If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs, which Young says are highly volatile and based on environmental reality.
Stop right there. Thank you. Now, as we're getting towards the end of the 1 minute of the story, which is about Mr. Young, this was the comment that he made to CNN when they spoke to him about reporting. And this was his comment saying, if someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs. CNN took the quote that Mr. Young had given CNN during its reporting and put it in the story. That was Mr. Young's explanation for why he was charging so much money, and CNN used it. That's the.
Folks, I want you to see here. If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay cost. This, what you see here, is not the normal ones you see. So this is an explanatory. This is put in there by an editor. And after cost, you see 3 dots. That means something has been taken out from that quote. So is this a quote of Mr. Young? Yes. Is it a direct quote of Mr. Young? I would say no.
Information he gave.
Young repeatedly declined to break down the cost or say if he's making money. Back in California, Young.
And so now it's 3:58. The 1 minute portion about Mr. Young of this 4 minute story is over until the very end.
And they go back to the kid from the start. So in CNN's context here, they are more or less accusing him for doing this to them. While I don't think that is correct at all.
Thank you, Mr. Mesa.
Afghan American tells us even though he can't pay, he's still pleading to get his family out.
I have sent tons of texts asking these people, begging them to evacuate my family. If I don't be able to evacuate them within the next 2 weeks, I think I will lose them all. I think I will lose them all, my family.
And just moments ago, that young man told me that the Taliban has now issued summons for his family in hiding, indicating his father believes that the Taliban really is after them. Now, the Biden administration continues to work on evacuating people, but as you can see there are just so many more Afghans who want to get out of the country, and that just drives prices higher and higher. In another message, that person offering those evacuations, Zachary Young, he wrote, availability is extremely limited and demand is high. Jake, he goes on to say, that's how economics works, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Alex Marquardt, thanks so much for that important report. Coming up, Xi Jinping's power play, the new...
So out of the human smugglers in Afghanistan at the time, which were locals, we don't know who these individuals, the Afghan Americans, we don't know who they talked to. But CNN portrays it as they were talking to Mr. Young. That is the core issue here, I believe.
So that is the entire segment, why we're here, the first half of why we're here. And as you can see, where the story ends, again, CNN uses Mr. Young's own words. Things he was fine with saying. That's how economics works, unfortunately. Now, the evidence is going to show that after Mr. Marquardt wrote that script for the segment that the lead played, it went through CNN's extensive vetting process. And in this review process, commonly referred to as the triad, senior experienced editors with no prior involvement in the case independently review the script to ensure that it's fit for publication. And they use independent people because they want to make sure that we're testing it out, right? We're making sure that it's accurate. We're making sure that it's fair. There are two important components of the triad that we're going to talk about. The first is the row, where one senior editor checks the story to make sure it's factually accurate. That means if we're making assertions in the segment, can we say this? Do we have the support for it? CNN ran this story through that process. The second is called standards and practices. And that's where a different senior editor reviews the story and decides, okay, it's accurate, but is it fair? Is it something that we should publish? And you're going to hear from that editor, Emma Lacey Bordeaux, and you're going to hear that you thought the story was fair. You're going to hear and see from these experienced editors who did an independent review.
Denise asks here, Nick, direct quote, is there a legal definition? A direct quote, I don't think it's a legal definition, but in linguistics, a direct quote means you do not take away anything from within the quotation marks. The entirety is there. So this is a quote, but it is what they showed was an edited quote. But it's up to the jury to decide. So not really a legal definition.
View of the TV segment, and together, after much discussion and back and forth, confirmed that the segment was fit for publication. And the point of this process is to ensure that CNN's reporting is fair and it's accurate. You're going to hear that all these people believe the story fairly and accurately depicted the conditions the desperate Afghans were facing, and it was entirely appropriate and fair to talk about Mr. Young's own advertising campaign. You're going to hear that they believe the story fairly described how Young was trying to profit off of human misery. You're also going to hear that they had no intention of publishing a segment that conveyed Mr. Young was doing anything illegal. You're going to hear it directly from them. Mr. Roche used the word sensational. I lost track. It was 3 or 4 times. There is no evidence in this case that there was anything sensational about the story. You all saw it. The headline wasn't American targets Afghans or ex-CIA guy in Vienna, super spy targets Afghans. It had none of that. It's a 4-minute story that doesn't mention Zachary Young until the 3rd minute. Moreover, you're going to hear that the Jake Tapper show runs from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on the East Coast. Now, if you're running a sensational story, you'd probably lead with this, something like that. This is a big story, a big expose we got. This story played at approximately 5:30 p.m., right in the middle of the 2nd hour. Not exactly the time slot you would use to draw viewers with sensationalized reporting. You're going to hear, the evidence is going to show that the TV story, the segment, never said Mr. Young was doing anything illegal. Mr. Young contends that using the phrase black market in the banner implied he was.
Thank you, Nana Misty, for your $5 super chat. Defamation by deception is still defamation. By applying that he is the one doing all this dealing is still defamation. Yeah, in the context, they are showing people who individually try to get out, who we don't know who they contacted, but CNN, with placing Mr. Young in the center of this story as the only person they chose, they are putting him there as he did this to these particular individuals. And thank you so much. You are extending your lead as honorary Viking of this stream to $15. Thank you so much.
You're going to hear from Mr. Young. You're going to hear from Mr. Young's expert. You're going to hear from the CNN witnesses that the term black market was a perfect description of the market the Afghans were facing to get out of the country. That banner played throughout the story. It played long before the story focused on Young and when it was up after Mr. Young's portion. But black market was a perfect way to describe what was going on in Afghanistan. You're going to hear from Zachary Young himself that after the brutal Taliban captured the country, women couldn't move around. If you wanted to get a woman out of the country, like Mr. Young was doing, you had to use safe houses. You had to use covert moves. You're going to hear Mr. Young testify that he was so concerned about security with people on the ground that he deleted his messages. Now, if this were a situation where a woman who wanted to get out of Afghanistan because it was brutal could simply go to the airport, get on her phone, use Expedia, there would be no reason for Mr. Young to have a job. There would be no black market. But the black market in this case was created because the Taliban wasn't letting people leave, and people were actually threatened with harm, death, or even worse if they stayed. If you were a desperate Afghan looking to flee, you needed to find an operator like Mr. Young and then hide from the Taliban until you could be moved out of the country. And you're going to hear all that. Black market was an absolutely accurate way to describe the situation in Afghanistan. And as you're going to see in the instructions, when we finally get there, that when you evaluate what words mean in these stories, you look at them in context. And in the context of this story, what you just saw, black market was a perfect way to describe the situation. It described the situation and it said nothing about illegality. So we're almost done. After the TV segment airs, Mr. Marquardt drafted an article for CNN's website. And the evidence will show that at that time, CNN had a completely different process for editing a TV segment and for editing a digital article. So different people at CNN worked on both. So on the afternoon of November 11th, Mr. Marquardt sends his draft article off to a digital editor, someone who hadn't been involved. His name's Mr. Tom Lumley. Mr. Roche talked about it, with the hopes that the story could be published the same day. The written story could be published at the same time as the TV segment. And you're going to hear from Mr. Lumley very frankly that he thought the TV segment was good, but the written article needed more work. And he was very frank about it. He didn't like it. He didn't like the written story that Mr. Marquardt had drafted. And so you're going to see that over the next 2 days, from November 11th to November 13th, Mr. Lumley revised the article. He revised it pretty substantially. And he sent it through the triad process again to make sure that it was fit for production, fit for publication. And only when that team and that triad independently reviewed and approved it again was it published on November 13th, 2 days later. And now you heard Mr. Young's lawyer, you heard Mr. Roche talk about Mr. Lumley's complaints about the story. And you're going to see that he said the story is filled with holes like Swiss cheese, and he didn't like it, and it was half a story. And Mr. Lumley thought there was more of a story to tell. That's his main complaint. You're going to hear that from him. But you're also going to hear Mr. Lumley say that he thought the story was accurate as it related to Mr. Young. We're not hiding from Mr. Lumley. Mr. Lumley's comments about the story, the written story, and that it needed work are direct evidence that CNN employed a rigorous process. That editors at CNN had free rein to speak up and say, hey, let's slow down, hold on.
Before or after the publication? Before or after? And was it ignored?
Published, let's make sure this is better. It shows CNN's editors work a rubber stamp. They were carefully considering the work product and speaking up where they believed they needed to. So let's look at the article now, which is the second piece in this case. Mr. de Meza, we won't have a sound problem with the article. This is the article, and you can just see the headline first. Some Afghans trying to flee country face exorbitant costs as Blinken touts success of efforts to help Americans. So right from the jump, again, this does not look like a sensational headline. I mean, many people may be fans of Tony Blinken, the soon-to-be ex-Secretary of State, but wouldn't say this is a sensationalized headline. But as you can see, it's a slightly different focus from the segment because it's focusing on Blinken and the efforts to help Americans. So let's look at the first page. of the article. You can blow that up, Mr. Mesa, thank you. So these are the first two paragraphs of the story that was ultimately published. Afghans desperate to flee the country are increasingly having to negotiate with private operators charging exorbitant sums, while U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken announced on Friday that all Americans who have asked to leave Afghanistan have been offered an opportunity to do so. So that first paragraph, which in reporting is like, the first two paragraphs are the most important thing. They tell the reader what the story is going to be about, is that this is about the government trying to get Americans out of Afghanistan. It goes on to say there are fewer than 100 American citizens in Afghanistan who are ready to leave, according to the State Department. And Blinken said Friday that there are a couple hundred more for now who want to stay. That's the first page. Let's go to the second page. If you could blow up the top half, Mr. Mesa. Yeah, keep going down until above. There's no guarantee. Yeah, thank you. So this is the second page. But in addition to those Americans, there are countless Afghans, including thousands who worked for or aided the U.S. during the 20-year war or believe they are in danger of being targeted by the Taliban or are frantically trying to leave. The increased sense of desperation and limited space on evacuation routes have fostered a private market with private operations demanding exorbitant sums, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars, to transport people outside the country by different means and routes with no guarantee of success. The operators include individuals and groups both inside and outside of Afghanistan, often contacted on social media. Then the next paragraph talks about a family of 10 hiding in Western Afghanistan. And then as you see, you go down, the 26-year-old who was in California turned to Facebook. So this is repeating the interview from the segment. And there's some of his quotes. So Mr. Meza, you can go back up to the full page. Now grab the bottom. It's getting worse now because it's becoming normalized and desperation has grown, says Hazami Barmada, a humanitarian aid worker who has organized flights out of Afghanistan. So now this is something new that's been added to the digital piece. And you're going to hear that telling a story on TV and doing digital reporting is slightly different. You have more room in an article to include content. And so now this is an interview with this, I'm going to butcher names and I apologize in advance, Hazami Barmada, who is a humanitarian aid worker. And that's what this is focusing on. But then you see at the bottom, in Kabul, a father is hiding with his wife and 3 young boys, changing locations every 2 weeks and asking others to drop off his son at school so he's not seen. And so now we're going to go to the next page. But now this is referring to the second interview that was done in the TV segment. You go to the third page, Mr. Meza? If you could blow up the top. Yeah, thank you. All the way down to the, yeah, that's fine. All the way down to that's how economics work. Thank you. And so you start at the top. Again, looking at this second paragraph, last week he says he met with a man in Kabul who told him it would be $50,000 to get his family on a list for an evacuation flight. And he kind of talks about the process that he's going through. So that's the second interview. So this is very much like the segment. Now down at the bottom, the very last paragraph before we get to the jump says, like young Afghan American in California, the father tried multiple avenues. On LinkedIn, he spotted posts by Zachary Young, who repeatedly advertised evacuations to Afghanistan, promising this week, we can deliver. Young appears to have at least recently spent time in Austria, communicating on an Austrian number, and met someone in Vienna who CNN spoke with. So, as you can see, Mr. Young, much like the TV segment, is not mentioned until the third page of the article. And he's not mentioned, you can count it up, he's not mentioned until 20 paragraphs into the story. And
Where have you heard that before, folks? Oh, he wasn't mentioned. He wasn't mentioned. Well, it doesn't really matter if that's the sole example. Where you try to desperately connect this guy to something that he didn't advertise to. On LinkedIn, he was contacted, or he contacted or was contacted by people, and he told them sponsor, meaning a company, not the individuals.
Anyone who got bored reading the first 2 pages would never even have seen his name. Again, we're going to, if this would go back to the main document and just blow up that last bottom part. When asked about his prices, Young responded to several people on the site, referring to LinkedIn, that a car from Kabul into Pakistan would be $75,000 or $14,500 per person for a flight to the UAE. To get to Albania with refugee status, Young said would be $4,000 more. So again, this is now the reference to Young quoting his exact words that he made on LinkedIn. And then they say, Mr. Young says, per person is expensive because availability is extremely limited and demand is high. He told the person who shared his messages with CNN. That's how economics works, unfortunately. Again, these are Mr. Young's own words. We go to the 4th page, please. Yeah, if you can blow that up. Grab the top, please. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, very good. Go all the way down. Yeah, thank you. Young declined to speak on the phone, but sent in a text message that he asked Afghans who want to leave to have sponsors to cover them. If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs. So again, that was a statement that Mr. Young made to Katie Bo-Willis about who he expects to pay. And he's saying, we expect sponsors to pay. And CNN included his own words that he had provided to CNN.
That wasn't the story in that 4-minute segment. That was not the story. The story was individuals contacting people who told them individually, you have to pay. You personally have to pay. That is not what Mr. Young was doing. However you believe his actions or what he did was deplorable or unethical, get a sponsor and I will get you out. As in, if you are a company and you want your employees out, these are the costs.
And that's the article. So you can take that down, Mr. Vanessa. The segment was up on November 11th. The article ran on November 13th. And
I don't think
for 5
this
months
is good for CNN.
December,
But
January,
also,
February, until mid-March, no one, not Mr. Young, not anyone else, said to CNN, you got a problem with this story. It's defaming Mr. Young. Nothing. 5
that's
months,
not an
no
argument.
5 months after the story ran, November, December, January, February, March, Mr. Young sends a notice to CNN saying, hey, black market defames me. Took him 5 months. And upon seeing that notice, CNN did a retraction. And it apologized directly to Mr. Young for using the term black market. And CNN issued that apology because it did not intend to imply that Mr. Young was doing anything illegal. And you're going to hear that.
So for a number of months, you actively chose a wording you knew meant illegal, while all the time knowing what Mr. Young was doing was not illegal. And 5 months later is not a thing. I mean, I believe you have up to 2 years to file a defamation suit. So him waiting, he probably, I need to get a talk. Maybe he was, I need to find a lawyer. I need to talk to a lawyer. We need to have a strategy. And that takes time. This is so.
CNN issued that apology because it never considered that Mr. Young or anyone else would take that implication from the story.
That was my immediate.
CNN did was viewed by more viewers on CNN than the first story on Jake Tapper's The Lead was. It was viewed like by 800,000 people. Did CNN say Mr. Young did anything illegal? Absolutely not. You saw it. Were Mr. Young's advertisements and his efforts to get people out of Afghanistan newsworthy? Absolutely so. Now, you're going to hear from Mr. Young himself that at about the time Mr. Young begins talking to lawyers, this is December, so about a month after the publications, he did something remarkable. He took his phone and he took screenshots of the things that he wanted to say, communications that he thought were helpful to his case. And then he deleted everything else related to Afghanistan. You're going to see that Mr. Young was advertising on LinkedIn and communicating with people on LinkedIn about evacuations, and he deleted all of those records after he was meeting with lawyers to bring a case against CNN. And when we get done with this case, I'm going to come back and ask you to make certain findings about what that means. But you know the truth already. He deleted those records because he knew if he was bringing a case, he was going to have to produce those things, and it wasn't going to help. You're also going to see that during this case, Mr. Young's going to say that CNN's reporting caused professional contacts of his not to communicate with him anymore. You're going to see that Mr. Young deleted all of his contact information for all of those people. You're going to see that he didn't keep any records of his communications with those people. You're going to see that he actually did some of these deletions after he filed this lawsuit. And this goes back to my point about him not bringing a single witness who's going to testify about his reputation or the fact that they thought less of him. He's not going to do that because there is no one. But he also made it impossible for CNN to actually go and find those people. He deleted those records because he didn't want you to see those communications because he knew it wouldn't help his case. As you heard from Mr. Young's lawyers, he contends the segment in the article implied he was operating illegally and he was taking money from Afghans. And I've talked a lot about this. I'm about to sit down. Well, let's talk about what you're not going to see during this trial. You heard Mr. Young's lawyer. He claimed that Mr. Young was this first-class professional. All this experience, deep professional contacts. Mr. Young is not going to call a single witness who will testify they interpreted the CNN segments the way he does. Mr. Young's not going to call a single witness who will testify that they thought less of Mr. Young because of the CNN segments. You're not going to see a single witness who will testify that they thought the story implied anything false about Mr. Young besides him. With contacts like he claims he had, it surely would be easy to find someone who would support your case. You won't hear any of this from Mr. Young because what he claims is not true. So through this trial, you're going to hear and see the following things. You're going to see that the situation, as we both described in Afghanistan, was lawless, it was chaotic, and it was desperate. And you're going to see that CNN's reporting, as we just saw, was fair and it was accurate. And you're not going to see a single witness who interpreted Mr. Young's, who interpreted the CNN.
Hi, Brandon. Okay, a little TLD, too lazy, didn't read. This is a defamation trial, Zachary Young versus CNN. CNN had a segment where they presented a few Afghans who tried to get out of Afghanistan during this absolute cluster F that was the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Meanwhile, Mr. Young is advertising to companies, if you need to get out, if you or your employees need to get out, I can, but it will cost. That's not illegal. When he was contacted by people, he said, you need a sponsor. He never asked any individual for actual money, as according to what's been presented. He said, you need a sponsor, meaning you need a company or the equivalent of a company that can legally pay for me to get you out. But the segment was about black market human smuggling. So that's the case, in short.
And reporting the way Mr. Young claims. And you're not going to see a single witness who will testify that they thought less of Mr. Young or wouldn't hire him. Simply put, for those three reasons, Mr. Young will not be able to meet his burden of proving his case. And for all of those reasons, in a lot more detail that we're going to get into, and I'm going to sit down now and we're going to start with this case. For all of those reasons, at the end of this trial, once all the testimony is complete, once you've had a chance to actually look at the exhibits, hear the witnesses, hear what they thought, I'm going to come back and ask you to return the only verdict that is supported by the evidence. And that's that CNN is not liable for defaming Mr. Young. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. We all appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
And if you want to call your first witness.
I'm not impressed by the CNN lawyer, their opening statement.
Yeah, just come around the back of the stand.
And this is Mr. Young taking the stand as the first witness.
Have a seat, just position the microphone where it's facing towards your mouth.
That's good.
I'll move the podium back in between the.
Saying this in 1.25 if you're wondering why they talk a bit fast.
Whenever, Mr. Freeman.
Morning, Mr. Young.
Morning.
Known each other a long time now. I feel a little odd for me to call you Mr. Young. Is it all right if I say Zach?
Please.
I'd like to take a moment to have the jury get to know you, but before I get there, just saw Mr. Axelrod show a portion of the video segment. Did you see that?
I did.
Did he show the jury the entire video segment?
No, we didn't.
And at one point he paused the video and he says, "This is the first 40 seconds of the video." Was it?
No, definitely was not.
And did you ever interact with the first person, the silhouetted figure from California in the video?
No.
Did you ever interact with the second person in the video who was blurred out from Kabul?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You heard Mr. Roche's opening and you heard Mr. Ashrod's opening. Why are we here today?
Kyle really nailed it. I couldn't have put it better myself. CNN claimed they did an investigation, which to me implies a deep dig into me and what I was doing in Afghanistan. They even have a label that clarifies exactly what they were trying to portray, and it says investigation. So that's what it looks like to me. I think that's what it looks like to anyone. And Kyle did a great job of describing the process of this investigation, and it had a very immediate and devastating impact on my life.
Let's get the jury to understand who you are a little bit. Okay.
Sure.
I want to talk. Just you know where I'm going. I want to talk a bit about your family. Okay. I know your mother's important to you. Is your mother important to you?
My mom's very important to me.
Tell me a little bit about your mom.
We talk daily. She lives in Colorado Springs. She's 75. She really wanted to be here today, but she has a disability that makes it impossible for her to travel. But she's with me.
And how much you support?
I support my mom primarily. I have some help with my brothers as well.
And how's that been going, supporting your mom?
It's going. I don't know how long it's going to go. So that's been a very significant point of stress for me because I've done it for decades, and she doesn't have any other way to support herself.
And siblings? Any siblings?
I do. My older brother is behind you, Matthew Young.
Point out to the jury for you.
He's wearing the brown sweater. Matt's a family doctor in Colorado. He's had his own practice for years. Before that, he was in the Air Force for about 10 years, where he worked all over the world, including Afghanistan.
Do you have any other siblings?
I do. So I have two other brothers. Gabe is the next one down. He's a veterinarian here in Florida. And then the youngest is Caleb, and he's in Colorado Springs.
How's your relationship with Caleb?
Caleb's great. He's the youngest, so we all try to give him guidance, and he's very confused about all of this and how I got here. He's never known a whole lot about my life, my work, because I couldn't tell him much. But it was pretty surprising for all of them to hear about CNN's piece on me.
Is the relationship with your brother always perfect?
Oh no, I mean, what families, relationships, with siblings are always perfect. It's been rocky at times, but we've had I think a typical family dynamic.
What about your father?
Father, I don't really have a relationship with him. It was a messy divorce, and we just haven't been in contact in quite a few years.
And, are you married, Zach?
I am.
What is your wife's name?
My wife, her name is Irina. I met her about 10 years ago in Austria. She was born in Kazakhstan and immigrated to the U.S. when she was very young. She wanted to be here today, but her mom is sick and unable to care for herself. So Irina has to take care of her mom.
We're going to get a chance to see her?
We're hoping. We're trying to put together plans for someone to step in so she can come out next week.
And can I, Corey, can you put just for Mr. Young, court and counsel, Plaintiff's Exhibit 307.16? Oh, that's not, yeah, sorry, can you take it down, Corey? Your Honor, is there a way I can not publish the exhibit? Is it off?
You're on the witness.
I don't think it's by, can you see something on the screen?
No.
There's nothing on by the witness. Corey, can you go again? Oh, we're broadcasting it. but it's not on the screen.
We have that. I think you have it.
Yeah, it's on council table, but it's not by the witness. Ah,
Now I
there we
got
go. Okay. Who are we looking at, Zach?
That's my wife, Irina.
Your Honor, plaintiffs would offer plaintiffs 307.16 to evidence.
And Your Honor, for the reasons we discussed yesterday, we wouldn't object.
Let's do this. Let me reserve on admitting it at the moment. When we take a break at lunch, for the reasons I said yesterday, we'll need a little bit more argument on it. But if it's admitted, we can publish it when we get back after lunch. If it's not, I'll rule at that point.
Got it.
All right, so we'll reserve on that. What number is that one?
It's 307.16. Your Honor, there's going to be a few of these that are coming in quick succession. It kind of makes a lot of sense to do them now. It'd be odd to do them in the middle.
There may be a difference on each of them. Do you want to lay the foundation and we'll make the argument after we take a break for lunch?
Sure.
Or
I mean, I think I laid the foundation I thought I needed for the limited purpose of this exhibit.
yeah, and it's not necessarily that. It's the other issue that we got to address.
I completely understand. Want to take 5-minute, 10-minute break?
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather go through and then take a lunch break.
Okay. All right, Corey, take down his.
Yeah, so I mean, do you want to do this now and lay the foundation, and then it's just the issue we got to address?
I mean,
at lunch, or
doesn't make a lot of sense without the picture.
all right. Well, then let's just wait to do the rest of them after lunch. We'll argue that after the jury gets to lunch.
Very good. Okay. The same limited people. Can you pick the one with the dog, Misha, 307? Is it 375? 375. What are we looking at, Mr. Young?
That's me and my German Shepherd, Misha.
And before I seek the
Thank you, Brandon. Brandon just bought me a coffee. The tip jar is pinned on the top of the chat. buymeacoffee.com/Nick Starov. And thank you so much for buying me a cup of coffee.
publish it. Do you like Misha?
I like him a lot. I love him, in fact. He's my best friend.
And has his role in your life taken on greater prominence lately?
It's become more important.
Why is that?
I spend a lot of time with him, and he's really helped with me deal with some of the trauma that's been affecting me for the last couple of years.
Your Honor, plans offer 307.5. Is that it?
Right, and I'll reserve to address it during lunch.
What about friends? Zach?
That's a difficult thing to explain from someone who's not from my world, but because of the nature of my work and what I was doing, I always had to be very careful about letting people too close, let them know about me, because it's a security issue more than anything else.
And, does that mean you didn't have any work acquaintances or?
No, not at all. I mean, I had work acquaintances, of course. These are people that I've worked with officially with the government and also commercially. And those relationships are incredibly important, but they're professional relationships.
Do you still have those relationships?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I've had some contact, but it's hard to explain from someone who's outside my world how devastating it is when somebody puts your face on CNN all over the world with the label. It's not a banner, it's a label telling the viewer what they're seeing, and it says black market. And we can argue about what that means, but common sense to me, I didn't even think it was disputable that it means illegal activities. I don't understand how someone could seriously argue that it means something else, but it's devastating when you're labeled a criminal all over the world for someone like me. And my network, I'll talk more about it later, but these are people that, we refer to ourselves as quiet professionals. We don't look for recognition. We do very hard things in hard places, dangerous places, and discretion and trust it is everything. So when that happens to one of us, the effect is it makes it really hard to maintain that relationship, that professional relationship, because it's like guilt by association. Even though these people have known me for a long time and worked with me and trust me, how can they seriously bring me forward to work, on sensitive projects for companies when the first the person at HR is going to do is Google me, and I've never been on Google, never been Googleable before all this, the first thing they're going to see is all this stuff about black markets, and they're not going to care if it's true or not. I mean, what professional contact, what company is going to take that risk if it's the black market guy, regardless of what you claim the definition is, or the other one that doesn't have all this stuff attached to it. It's common sense. So that's been devastating for me.
Back a little bit to childhood growing up,
Sure.
freshman, sophomore, junior year, where were you?
So in high school, I spent most of my time in Pennsylvania. Excuse me, cough won't go away.
Can you get your drink? Yeah.
No, I'm okay. But we moved to Florida after the divorce, my mom and three of us. And I finished my last year of high school in Wellington, Florida, and then went on to Palm Beach Atlantic University after that.
And did you start a business here?
I did later on. I started a business here. Yeah.
Corey, can you put up 307.19 just for, there we go. What are we looking at here, Monsieur?
These are pictures of me, 4 of them, and 3 out of 4, I'm wearing a Navy uniform. 1's real, and 2 are just children's uniforms.
What is your approximate ages in the photos?
The one where I'm wearing the real uniform, I'm thinking I was probably 21, 22, and I couldn't guess about the others. Pretty young.
Give me your best estimate of the ages.
4 and maybe 6. That's a wild guess.
You're little.
I'm young.
Your Honor, please offer 307.19 in evidence.
I'll reserve on that.
Understood. Why are you dressed in a Navy uniform?
It's a real uniform?
Oh, that one I know.
Okay. I was very young, but even at a young age, I think I can't confirm this, but I'm guessing that my parents probably saw that I wanted to do something a little different. I wanted adventure, even as a young child. So that's why you're seeing me in those pictures.
So let me jump you back. You said you were in Palm Beach Atlantic University, right?
That's right.
Okay. So did you stay and complete your studies at that time?
No, I didn't. I stayed for a few years. But, I was a young man at the time, and I had other ambitions that weren't really tracking with my studies at Palm Beach Atlantic, pursuing this degree. I wanted something more adventurous. I wanted to serve my country, and I wanted to do it in the most elite way that I could. So I wanted to be a Navy SEAL.
Okay. Did you try to become a Navy SEAL?
I sure did, yeah.
Did you take any tests to do that?
I did. So before I actually joined the Navy, I joined the Navy with a contract to become a SEAL, and they don't just give that to anyone. You have to be tested for it. You take an ASVAB test, it's called, for aptitude, and you take a very rigorous physical test, and I scored a very top tier on both.
And once you were accepted into the Navy SEAL program, what happened next?
It's been so long, I can't give you play-by-play, but involved going through basic training, and then training that gets incrementally harder as it goes along. You basically are, they say the motto is they want to keep you cold, tired, wet, and miserable, and they're really good at it. So I spent several years in that program, testing myself. They were testing me. The whole idea behind a program like that is even the people that have the capabilities to do it, the physical, mental, emotional capabilities, you just don't know how they're going to really perform under pressure when things are at their worst, when they haven't slept in a week. So it's pretty intense. But
we heard earlier about an injury. Before that injury occurred, how were you doing in the program?
I was excelling. I was at the top of my class. I had no issues at all. I can't say that I enjoyed it, but looking back, it was one of the more formidable periods of my young adult professional development.
And tell me a little bit about the injury. What happened?
So we were doing a dangerous night exercise. It involved landing a small boat on a very jagged rocks during high seas, and I was in a very bad place at the wrong time, and I was crushed under the boat.
And as a result of the injury, were you discharged?
No, not immediately. It was severe damage to discs in my back, and they were hoping that this is something that will get better over time. and something that would allow me to rehabilitate myself and continue where I left off. And they gave me some time to do that.
What'd you do while they were giving you that time?
I spent, I think it was about a year in Iceland, which is an incredible place. It's not a place that I would have ever picked to go. I would have not been able to find it on a map, but it was an incredible place. I spent about a year there. I was doing just basic law enforcement and security for the Navy. And then they brought me back to SEAL training for more rehabilitation and try to get work back up in the program.
And what was the eventual determination?
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to, even with that lengthy break, fully rehabilitate to the degree that I needed to. So I was mentally discharged with a service disability.
Said medically discharged?
Yes.
Was it an honorable discharge?
It was.
Where can you put Plaintiff's Exhibit 42 up for the witness and counsel? What are we looking at?
That's my discharge form from the Navy.
Okay. Your Honor, plaintiff's offer Exhibits 42 and evidence.
Objection. 42 evidence.
Can we publish to the jury, Your Honor?
Besides the point, but medically discharged and then went to the CIA? That's strange.
Okay. So, Corey, on line A8, there's says like nav spec Warren Sen. Can you highlight? Yeah, there we go. Thank you. What are we looking at, Zach?
That's my primary command. That was the Naval Special Warfare Center in Coronado, California.
Okay, and Corey, on the right side, the box that says 12, it says, yeah, there we go. Do you see it says net active service period on C, 12C, Zach?
I do.
How long were you serving?
3 years, 2 months, 7 days.
And then Corey, box 13, can you bring that up for me? What are these, Zach?
Those are the various awards that I got in the Navy.
Okay, so Good Conduct Medal, Overseas Service Ribbon. What is an Expert Pistol Marksmanship Ribbon?
That's the highest award they give for marksmanship with a pistol.
And what is the Expert Rifle Marksmanship Ribbon?
It's the same but for rifle.
Good with guns?
Pretty good.
Can you, Corey, on box 24, yeah, right there, character of service. Is that the discharge you're talking about?
That's right, honorable discharge.
Okay, and then Corey, on line 28, says narrative reason for separation. What's written there, Zach?
Disability.
Was this the back injury you're talking about?
It is.
Corey, can we go to page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the PDF? And there we go. And then in category 1, unfitting conditions, 1, can you bring that up for us? Okay. Zach, I'm a doctor's son, so I'm going to give this a shot for you. Multiple level degenerative disc disease without radiculopathy exacerbated by injury while on active duty. See that?
That's right.
Is that the injury you were talking about?
It is.
And then, Corey, can you go down to 12, 13B, get that whole final paragraph? There we go. And it says additional findings. Zach, can you read for the jury the additional findings?
Sure. The disability may be permanent.
13A.
The disability was the direct result of a combat-related injury as defined by Title 26 U.S. Code, Section 104B3.
And then the final one, the board finds further that, can you keep going, Zach?
Sure. The board finds further that the disability was incurred in the line of duty under conditions simulating war.
And then Corey, that last page for me. Can you highlight the doctor's writing? And that's, yeah, right there, that second line. I'm going to do this one for you also, Zach. Hellweek had both dropped on his head. Is that right?
That's right.
All right, Corey, can you take that down for us? After you were discharged from the Navy, Zach, did you complete your studies?
I did.
And what did you end up majoring in?
History. Got a history degree.
And so you got a bachelor's from Palm Beach Atlantic?
That's correct.
Did you end your education there?
No, I didn't.
What school did you go to next?
Florida State University.
Seminole?
I am.
And did you complete your studies there?
I did. I got a master's degree in international affairs with a focus in Arabic language.
And is that all you did during that time period?
No, I was also doing some contract work because of the training that I had in the Navy that was related to special warfare. I was a great candidate for private military consulting. Kyle mentioned the company Blackwater. they used to be pretty well known. The name's changed over the years, but they were really the first of its kind. And I started doing work for Blackwater.
How were you able to work for Blackwater given your injuries?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, sorry. How were you able to work for Blackwater given the injuries that you sustained?
Well, I'd had more time. This is a couple years. I went back to Palm Beach Atlantic, and I never stopped rehabilitating myself and continued working through my injuries, keeping my body strong. And I did make a lot of improvements to the point where I could pass the assessment for Blackwater, which was rigorous, and go through their training program. They have their own training involving lots of shooting, driving, tactical driving, off-road driving, combat, first aid, land navigation, signaling, lots of different skills that you need to help them.
Why did you want to serve in Blackwater?
Well, I wanted to keep serving my country even though I wasn't in the Navy. And Blackwater at the time had a very vital role protecting U.S. personnel, primarily State Department and other government agencies that had people in places like Afghanistan and even some places where we weren't supposed to have government people, like Pakistan.
And was your life at risk in these situations?
Yeah, it was, yes.
Where were you deployed?
I did several tours in Afghanistan and also Pakistan.
I've heard folks sometimes describe this as mercenary. Are you a mercenary, Zach?
No, I'm not a mercenary, and I don't like the term.
Why not?
Because a mercenary is a hired gun. A mercenary is somebody who will work for anyone for money, and that's not what I was doing, and that's not what I am today.
What were you doing?
Offense at the term.
What were you doing, Zach?
I was serving my country in a commercial capacity, doing a very important job that the government wasn't able to do.
Would you take any job, Zach?
No, I wouldn't take any job.
What were the job? What was the where did you draw the line? What kind of job would you take?
My core beliefs are that the world's a big place, and the U.S. government and the military has limited capacity to do all the things that we need to do. So there's a very, very strong dependence on military contractors to augment those things that the U.S. can't do. These are things that are in the interest of U.S. national security. That's always been very important to me. And at this time, I had a bigger vision of, the real importance it is that we take care of our allies, countries that we are partners with, and help them do things that they can't do.
So, excuse me, Zach, you spent time in Afghanistan. Did you have an opportunity to learn about Afghanistan?
I did.
What did you learn about?
Learned about the geography, the culture, traditions, tribal traditions, ethnic traditions, on a pretty deep level.
The jury's already heard this case is going to involve evacuations from Afghanistan. Did that knowledge help you later?
Absolutely.
So, what was next for you professionally, Zach?
Well, so while I was this tour, I was in Pakistan doing security, protecting people from bad guys for a government agency, and that particular agency took an interest in me, and I think saw that I had potential for doing more than protective services for their personnel. So they reached out to me, and I started the recruitment process for that agency.
And how was that recruitment process?
Rigorous and long and thorough. It took about 2 years and involved, I think Kyle mentioned some of it, very, very rigorous personality assessment, lots of role playing, interviews with very seasoned officers, interviews with psychiatrists, numerous polygraph tests, security clearance, or a top secret clearance, the highest form of top secret clearance, where they contact everyone that has any connection to me, every professor, every friend, every neighbor, and they don't just stop there. They want to get additional contacts through them. They want to talk to your ex-girlfriend. They want to try to find people that have anything that's bad about you, and that took some time to do.
Can you tell me what agency it was?
I can't, because I still have an obligation to that agency to keep secrets.
Is there a term you use to describe that? Is the information classified?
I believe the information is classified, but it's a confusing area for me.
Can you talk about your work while you were with this agency?
No, I can't talk about my work for sure.
Was it more than one agency or just one agency?
It was one agency.
All right, so then, so we don't get confused, I'm just going to refer to it as the agency, okay? Can you say anything about what you did on a super high level?
So it involved doing overt missions.
Objection. Your Honor, you answered the question in deposition.
Yeah, the transcript. Throughout the deposition, you refused to answer these questions. Multiple ways.
It's just a misrepresentation. Show us the refused to answer question. Sorry, Your Honor.
We're not going to go back and argue.
I'll pull up the bid section.
I'll sustain the objection for now. We can address this again.
Okay.
I can rephrase it. That's helpful.
Okay, Mr. Zach. I mean,
Yeah, and I don't know what the extent of his
can we
answer
come to
is.
sidebar for just 1 minute, Your Honor?
And through the magic of recap. Skip.
Deliver apology and an apology. Do you recall that?
I recall him mentioning it, yeah.
Did Mr. Tapper deliver that apology?
No, he never did.
Okay, so let me jump back into your background. Did you ever leave the agency?
Yes, I did.
And why did you leave the agency?
I can't talk about it, but I wanted to do, part of the reason was I never planned to stay there forever. And I saw that there's lots of other ways that I can continue serving my country and doing things that the government can't do, including the agency.
I understand. Are you planning to take lunch at 12 or 12:30 or 1?
Well, somewhere around 12. I wasn't going to cut you off, but
I'm about
got a good breaking point.
Yeah, I'm about to transition from the agency to private corporate work.
All right, that's fine. Then let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Let's take a break till 1:15.
Fine with us.
That would give us an opportunity for us to talk about the other things we needed to. Yep. All right, let's go ahead and put your notepads in the folders there, and when you leave here, just leave them on your chairs. And before we break, let me give you that instruction. We're going to take our lunch recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when you're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow.
Okay. Oh, they are having a
Jurors,
hearing
friends, family, or
after
coworkers about
they
anything
send
having
off
to do
the
with this
jury.
trial. It says court staff, church. Those. All right, real quick, let's deal with the issue on the phone.
Okay, so this is something the jury will not see, this hearing. I have no idea if they will see whatever issue this is.
Photos. We saw.
We sent a revised list of pictures to CNN, so if you're willing, Mr. Axelrod can have the floor.
Well, I appreciate that. I'll tell Mr. Axelrod if he can have the floor or not.
I didn't stop here. I just meant you told me that.
Well, I was going to ask you, we've got 3 photographs that you laid a foundation of asking Mr. Young about. I think yesterday we were talking about somewhere on the order of like 16 or so.
23.
How many are we dealing with total now with your revised list?
Don't remember, but far less. Give me 1 minute. Corey, do you have the exhibit revised exhibit? Is it all right if Corey just puts on the screen for you?
Well, I'm just wondering how many more of these are we going to have to go through? And I guess all of these are being laid through Mr. Young as the witness?
There are 8 in total.
8 total? Okay. What are the other 5?
Similar pictures of his lifespan.
Okay. And the objection that you're raising is they weren't produced previously other than until last week some point in time?
I mean, there's multiple, Your Honor. That's the first one. I mean, generally evidence is produced in that position, so I could ask Mr. Young about it, but I could follow up, and I could go different places, and we could use those exhibits to integrate them into our case presentation. I obviously can't do that now. And I mean, and Your Honor, I thank you for the potential opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Young on those now, but I don't think that that's fair relief. If I had them back then, I could have done other stuff. I can't do it now. But the other objection is it's a pure sympathy play. Showing him as a kid wearing kid clothes and showing a dog, I think is irrelevant. I think it's prejudicial. I think that the jury instructions, which you just read to the jury, say you shouldn't decide this case based on sympathy. This is a pure sympathy play. I don't think we even need to have the cross-examination. I just don't think they should come in.
All right, let me ask a question. Say you got these photographs a year and a half ago, 2 years ago.
Yep.
And you asked him about it. He says, yeah, that's my wife. That's my dog. That's me as a kid. And I always wanted to be in the Navy because I dressed up as a Navy guy when I was going out trick-or-treating when I was 5 years old or whatever. And now they moved him into evidence. What would be the objection to that?
Well, if I had them then, the objection is that when you take that position, obviously you're locking someone in. And as we're going to find with Mr. Young, maybe tomorrow, is that stories change, right? If I have the opportunity to ask him other questions, or the previous counsel did, he would have been locked into a story, such that when things change with the shifting sands of how Mr. Friedman wants to present his case, you have the ability to impeach. I don't have the ability to impeach now based on shifting sands. So that's part of the problem. The other problem is I suspect that Mr. Young's going to talk about his debilitating relationships based on what's happened with the CNN publications, and then use the pictures as kind of an emotional backstop to those arguments. Based on those arguments, based on that testimony, if he had made those in the deposition, we would have had the opportunity to see if there was evidence that we needed to go get. If he told us in the deposition, well, this is my mom, now my relationship with my mother is fractured, well, maybe we would have gone and taken her deposition. I don't know. I'm speculating here because the evidence was not turned over in a timely manner. So I don't know what we would have done. But you have a credibility issue and you've got a discovery issue.
Anything else you want to say on that, please?
Yeah, Your Honor, we saw what we do with the pictures. We were going to show it to the jury to move on. This great horrible is simply not happening. The court said yesterday, it's a standard. There's no discovery request that calls for pictures you intend to show at trial. And finally, Your Honor.
Right, but my order said, give them these 15 days before trial.
The order does say to exchange exhibits, Your Honor. We did list on the exhibit list pictures of Mr. Young. I understand we did not give them, but Your Honor, that was bilateral. The way the parties did it was we just didn't exchange. Now, maybe we both violated the order and it was inadvertent, I promise. We didn't intend to violate it, but it wasn't like we were holding these back. And Judge, I'd add one more thing. When we left here yesterday, I don't have a transcript in front of me, but I was under the distinct impression that you were going to allow Mr. Axelrod to voir dire Mr. Young on him and then let me put him up.
I said I'd allow him to voir dire him. I didn't say I was going to admit him after he voir dires him.
Well, assuming I laid it's agreed, but maybe I misunderstood, Judge. I will tell you how I understood it. I walked out of here yesterday thinking, maybe, and you could understand it from the thing I said a minute ago, which is that he had the floor. I would never presume to take over. My understanding was that the process was going to be Mr. Axelrod had an opportunity to talk to him about it, and then as long as I laid the foundation, you would let them in if I did it right. Maybe I misunderstood you, but that's how I walked out of here. If I knew that it was still not, if that was not the case, I wouldn't even try to show him until you had ruled on the issue. But I did ask if we could do it first, and you said, no, lay the foundation this way. And it's just, it'd be pretty prejudicial now that we've kind of teased the pictures to not be able to show them. So if you're inclined not to allow any more of them, then I would ask at least the ones we've already talked about, show them. I won't say anything more beyond, was this a picture we looked at? Was this a picture we looked at? Was this a picture we looked at? And that's it.
All right, well, first off, the argument of we've teased him and now we got to show him to him. Let's deal with that issue first. What did I mean, even getting to what your interpretation of my thing was that he was going to have the opportunity to voir dire him on him. You threw him up there before he ever had the opportunity to voir dire. So to say that I'm keeping him out and teasing him and that's creating an issue here, I'm offended by that argument because you chose to throw him up before Mr. Axelrod had an opportunity to voir dire him. Secondly, I suggested that as a way, if the issue is prejudice, to allow him to mitigate any prejudice by at least getting some information about those because they weren't produced previously, weren't produced timely, weren't produced in accordance with my court order in this case. Unfortunately, the law doesn't necessarily say, well, court order says one thing, you got to stick to it because there's some other law dealing with prejudice issues. Anything else, Mr. Freeman?
I apologize, Your Honor. I didn't mean to offend.
Anything else, Mr. Axelrod?
No, Your Honor.
All right. When we get back from lunch, I'll make a ruling about how we're going to handle the photographs, whether we're going to voir dire. What are the other photographs that we have beyond these three that we showed?
It's one or two with his wife and one with his mother.
That's three more. That gets us to six. What are the other two?
Second, Your Honor, we pull them up if it's all right. One with his wife, two with his wife, three with his wife, one with Mr. Young in Moscow, and one of his mom.
Okay. All right. We'll rule out when we come back from lunch. Anything else, Mr. Freeman, before we break?
We can deal with it when we come back from lunch, but Your Honor, we filed a motion for sanctions this morning, really early in the morning, and it relates to documents and questions we'd like to pose to Mr. Young. So I'm sure the court, I just forgot about the voir dire thing, and then I just saw the pictures in my outline. I didn't know what to do at that point, and I apologize for that, but I'm trying to avoid that again.
All right. You have a copy of the motion for sanctions because it hasn't been processed and posted yet?
Your Honor, I don't think we actually even hear it. As Mr. Freeman represented you before. Mr. Sanford and I agreed with Mr. Friedman that he could show Mr. Young the exhibit that they proposed. So from an evidentiary standpoint, I don't know that there's an issue.
I don't even know what is it pertaining to.
So, Your Honor, we don't have a printed copy. We could email it to you. I think we did email it to Brittany early this morning, but obviously not a lot of time.
Hang on, see if I got an email. I've got it. Just dealing with the teaser before going to commercial.
Your Honor, it deals with 3 videos. One of them is a teaser before going. All 3 might be, but there are 3 separate videos: 2 from Jake Tapper, 1 from Mr. Acosta, none of which were produced by CNN in Discovery. And when we requested them, CNN told us to jump in a lake because Discovery had been closed. And one of them we didn't even figure out until yesterday when Fox News ran a story that quoted from a segment. CNN never produced it to us. It took our associates a few hours to locate it, and we found it. These are highly, I mean, these are clips where Jake Tapper says, preying on Afghans, desperate, people making them pay big money to pay up. And I can't do his inflections, Judge, but if you watch the videos, he doesn't just say pray, he goes preying on Afghans. And, we asked for 2 forms of relief. One is to get them admitted, which is resolved. I think, we'd want, first of all 3, are all 3 stipulated into evidence? I don't know. I know they for one this morning, they talked about.
Okay, seems like CNN forked up. Didn't produce Discovery, told them to F themselves after Discovery was closed, and then Zachary Young's attorneys found out anyway. Yeah.
And the second form of relief is to advise the jury that they failed to comply with the discovery obligations to turn over these videos. And later in the deposition, I intended to ask Mr. Young whether CNN turned these videos over to him. And I don't want to do that without first ensuring you had an opportunity to say whether that's all right.
All right, so as for the 3 videos, is there an issue about them being exhibits in the trial?
There are not, but I dispute everything else Mr. Friedman said.
All right, so the first part of your relief you're asking for is permitted to add the withheld videos to the exhibit list. That's agreed to. All right, the second part of his relief is to inform the jury that CNN failed to produce the videos. Or, in the alternative, to allow him to question CNN employees on the failure to produce them.
Okay. No way, Your Honor. So let's talk about the first teaser and the Max Foster. Those transcripts were produced, and you can see the teasers in the transcripts. They had those, I wasn't part of the case, they had those years ago. And they could have asked for the video at any time. They never did. But in fact, they had them because they added them to the exhibit list, and we didn't dispute them. We didn't object. Those are 2. Now, last night at 1 o'clock, we get a motion for sanctions. Never heard about it before. But what they found was news to us too, is they found that the Tapper lead plays at 5:30. And like at the end of the 4 o'clock hour, Mr. Tapper does, I guess, what's called a tease to the segment at 4 o'clock hour. It was news to CNN. It was, of course, news to plaintiffs because it wasn't in their complaint. It wasn't in anything. So it makes sense that CNN didn't know about it because Young didn't know about it. Young's attorneys didn't know about it. How can you sue on something you didn't know about? But so what I did when I got the sanctions motion is I went on CNN's transcript website. And you go on, you can look at the 4th, it's all public. I went on my computer, and you find the 4 o'clock transcript, and there are the keys. And so, yeah, it was inadvertent that we didn't produce it. I'm not sure there's a discovery request specifically for it, but it was inadvertent. It certainly wasn't intentional. And then when Mr. Friedman says, when he discovered it yesterday, we discovered it today when he informed us about it. Mr. Sandberg and I said, fine, use the video. We got no problem. There's nothing to see here. Why would CNN hide something that was publicly available on CNN's website? We just didn't know about it. And one more point.
What would be the issue? What would be the issue of questioning CNN, whether it's Mr. Levine as a corporate rep or whomever, of saying, did you produce these earlier or you didn't produce them until last night or whatever? What would be the issue about asking a question about the late production or inadvertent, as you say, inadvertent lack of production earlier?
But Your Honor, I don't see the relevance. I mean, if you were going to find that we did something intentional, then I think that perhaps you could ask that question. That is not proper. There's no evidence that this was intentional. If it was in the complaint, we would have produced it. If Mr. Friedman had said at any point, hey, there's another teaser we know about, will you produce it? We would have gone back and looked for it. We didn't know about it. So I don't understand what the potential relevance could be. If Mr. Young is going to testify that he knew about it 6 months ago, and that he sent an email to CNN and they didn't produce it, then that would be relevant. But it's not. I'm guessing that he found out about it yesterday too. So I don't know what the potential relevance is claiming there's some type of discovery.
It depends on how the discovery motions were produced. Often when you write discovery motions, you write in, if you know about one teaser, or this segment, you ask for evidence in connection with this piece of evidence, any and all, not limited to, that kind of language. And if that kind of language is in the discovery motions, then this should have been produced.
Issue here, when there clearly isn't. And by the way, all this is a very transparent attempt to create some fake equivalency from this plaintiff who purposely destroyed documents to what CNN did. And there's no equivalency. We have on a public website, there's a transcript from 4 to 5 o'clock, that if you knew what you were looking for, you could have found it. We just didn't know it was there, nor did they.
I feel like I'm in Alice in Wonderland. I mean, CNN didn't know about its own videos. It's news to CNN that they created these videos. We are at fault for not realizing that they failed to comply with basic discovery obligations. We shouldn't have to audit CNN's websites or its transcripts to make sure that they're complying with basic discovery requests. We're talking about the very segmented issue in this case. I don't understand how Mr. Axelrod gets up and tries to turn around that we did something wrong. They failed to produce the most relevant evidence in this case. Completely failed to do it. And then I'm being told that CNN's failure to provide the most basic and relevant evidence in this case is some fake attempt by plaintiffs to create false equivalency of document destruction. No one said CNN was destroying documents, but it is in our, he disagrees with everything I said. Really? Ask him, Your Honor, please, if he produced the videos to us. Not only that, ask him if after we realized they were missing, when I sent an email to Mr. Axelrod, asking for him to produce them then. He told me no, discovery's over. So if it was inadvertent, why didn't he produce them then? Judge, this is like Alice in Wonderland, what's going on here. Their obligations, their breach, their failure to produce, somehow it's my fault.
We're in Alice in Wonderland. I don't know which character everybody is. Me neither. I mean, the outrage on both sides. I mean, they have a discovery obligation. You've got a court order obligation, and people are violating back and forth. Here's what we're going to do. We've resolved the issue. You want to use these, you have the ability to use them. If you want to ask questions of Mr. Young about whether he'd seen these or until he got them yesterday or whatever, I'll allow that. In terms of cross-examination of any CNN witnesses or why you didn't produce it or whatever, I won't allow that. And I'm not going to give an instruction that this was not, that CNN didn't comply. I don't think those questions, I mean, to the extent that you're asking questions to Mr. Young and he can comment about it and he just saw it, I think that may be relevant for the purposes of, I don't know what his responses are going to be, and I don't know exactly the area you're going to go, but I'll allow some questioning about that. In terms of relevancy of trying to throw in front of the jury about whether there was a discovery violation or not, I don't know that that's relevant to the issues in the trial in this case.
We cited a rule of civil procedure which permits you to do that. So in terms of relevance, it's relevant if you find that there was a sanction. If you're not sanctioning, then that's obviously true.
That's my ruling. All right. And other point too is if we've got objections, I will look at whomever is objecting. I'm asked a brief explanation of your basis. The other side is not going to jump in, not going to respond, not going to say anything unless I ask the questioning party to respond. It's going to be something that we've got a elongated explanation needs to be given by either side. We'll do it sidebar, but otherwise we're not going to be jumping up and having an arguing display, A, in front of the jury, or B, on the record in this case when the questions are done. So let's keep that to a minimum. Well, forget minimum. Let's keep that to a non-existent display in front of the jury. And then I forgot when we were going back to the sidebar there, everybody wait and make sure the court reporter's seated and ready to roll before we start with whether it's a question or whatever it is that we need to do. Okay. Anything else right now, Mr. Friedman?
Anyway.
Mr. Axelrod?
We'll grab lunch, thank you.
Yeah, all right. We'll be back here so we can get them in right after 1:15.
Okay, and through the magic of recap, we can skip.
If anybody in the gallery, make sure your phones are off, silence. If they go off, they are subject to being confiscated. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, before the break, we had tried to look at some pictures. Judge had to make some rulings. We're back now. So let's go back to some of those pictures we were talking about before. Corey, can you put up on a limited production for us 307.5? Your Honor, based on testimony provided earlier, plaintiffs offered 307.5 in evidence. Oh, no objection.
Well, subject to your argument earlier.
Right.
I'll overrule that and I'll admit 307.5.
All right, can we, hey, can we publish that to the jury? All right. Zach, is this Misha?
That is Misha, yes.
Where's this picture taken?
That was taken in Vienna. He was born in Hungary. His father is from Germany, and he's a show dog. Pretty boy.
And do you know approximately when the picture was taken?
Okay, yeah, this is a sympathy play, but the judge allowed it.
5 years ago, about 5 years ago.
So then 2020 or so?
Yep.
Okay. Before or after the CNN broadcast?
Before.
Okay. Can we, Mr. Hank, can we go back to a limited production and can we get 307.18 up? Oh, okay, there we go. All right, Mr. Zach, what are we looking at?
That is a picture of me and my mom.
You talked about your mother earlier. Your Honor, plaintiff's offer 307.18 indebtedness.
Subject to your statement, actually, I'll overrule that. I'll admit 307.18.
Thank you, Mr. Hank. Can we go to the jury, please? And about how old are you here, Zach?
It's hard to tell, but it was quite a while ago. I looked a lot younger.
Is this pre or post Navy?
This is post Navy.
Okay. And Corey, it's a little dark for me. Can you zoom in a little bit so we can take a look? There we go. Do you know where you are, Zach?
That is in Colorado Springs, where she still lives.
And how old did you say she is now?
Now she's 75. Okay. She looks a bit older now, but she still gets around.
All right. Thank you, Corey. And then, Mr. Hank, we go back to limited production. And can I get 307.12 up, Corey? What are we looking at, Mr. Young?
That's a picture of my wife and I.
Okay. Talked about it earlier?
I did.
What is her first name?
Irina is her name.
And
this
Your
is
Honor,
important.
and do you know or you left agency?
So the first non-government
Just
job
want to people
was
with that
working
much.
for a local company in Abu Dhabi, in the United Arab Emirates. They're a very, very close ally to the U.S. We work together all the time. We provide them with a lot of support. And I was doing this for the first time in a commercial context, which was all new to me and very interesting.
And maybe I missed it. Did you say the name of the company you were working for?
It's called Near East Consultants. It's a boutique consulting company, geopolitical consulting, intelligence, and security.
How did you get connected with Near East Consultants?
An agency chief of station, which is it's the highest ranking representative of the U.S. government active, referred me to a contact in this company. They only hire people like me.
And when you were working for them, what exactly were you doing for them?
We did various work, but some of the more memorable involved providing very, very specialized training to Emirati special forces.
And is there a name for that type of training?
Yes, it's a SEER training, urban SEER. So this is survive, evade, resist, and escape. And this is really specialized because it's designed to prepare somebody, a solo operator, that's in a failed state environment or in an active war zone, how they can survive and basically get out of the place alive, evacuate, if you will.
What was your role in providing this training?
I built the training because I have significant experience in that from the U.S. government, from Blackwater, from the Navy, and I integrated all this for a deliverable for the Emirati client.
And you talked about how it's important to be a U.S. ally, but can you put a little bit more color on that? Why is it good for the allies to have this sort of training?
I talked about that a bit earlier. So the U.S. government has limitations in how much support that we can provide directly. So they rely a lot on defense contractors, and everybody knows the big ones: Boeing, Lockheed Martin. We do aircrafts, munitions, all sorts of ballistic support. But this was much more refined. It was really my first experience in what was becoming a very new market focused on the intelligence space. That's something that hadn't been done before. It's on a very, very small scale.
And did you ever do any kind of evacuation work for Near East Consultants?
I did. So this was operational as opposed to training. There was a case where we had a client. I don't know who the client was. Need to know. I didn't need to know. But they had two other people who were British nationals who were being unlawfully held in India, in Mumbai. So I went to Mumbai by myself and put together a very sophisticated operational plan to get them out.
Why were you able to go to Mumbai? But you had mentioned earlier, we had heard from Mr. Roche, there could be problems going to certain areas. Do you recall that? Yeah, I think you mentioned you might stick out like a sore thumb in certain areas.
Well, certainly I stuck out like a sore thumb in Mumbai, 6 foot tall, white guy with red hair and blue eyes. I didn't blend in. But at the time, it wasn't really necessary for me to blend in because Mumbai is actually a very bustling capital with lots of expats, lots of international people. So I didn't stand out doing what I was doing, which was just putting together the plan. We call it casing, putting together the logistics of what was required to actually execute an evacuation.
Did that evacuation for Near East Consultants, did it actually go through?
No, it didn't. And I don't know the reasons why. The client decided to abort, and I never had any feedback beyond that.
Is that common in evacuations?
I wouldn't say that it's common, but it happens. And, like I said earlier, you have to be flexible. And that was it.
Okay, so when you were done working with Near East, or maybe, what did you do next? Let me put it that way.
Sure. So the next thing
I need to visit the big boys room. I'll be right back. I will be listening into this. So I'm just here, just not on screen.
I did about the same time period. I wanted to continue to develop this professional network outside of the government with that strong U.S. relationship, U.S. government relationship. So I did some work for a company that had a project in Malta this time. This is a company called Frontier Services Group. If anyone's ever heard of Blackwater, the same people were involved in Frontier Services as Blackwater. And this was a little different, though. This was focused on developing a private air charter service in North Africa, primarily in Libya. We did a lot of traditional charter work back and forth between Europe and Africa, North Africa. But we also did a lot of evacuation work, medical evacuations from Libya.
And what was your role in these evacuations? Are you a doctor?
Well, I was directing those types of operations, but I was also physically going into Libya and providing various services, including security for the movement.
Can you talk about all the work you did for Frontier Services Group?
Not all of it. Some of it was classified for the U.S. government.
Okay, so after Near East and Frontier, what was next?
The next one, so this is a common theme. I wanted to keep on building this network out. And the UAE is just a very, very active place for this kind of support from various companies. And this time I went back for a company called Arrow. There's no significance to the name, but the significance was the type of training that we were delivering to the Emirati SSD, which is it's an acronym for the State Security Directorate. And they're like a combination between our CIA and FBI, internal and external service.
Okay, before I get into what you did for Arrow, tell me a little bit more about Arrow. Are they still called Arrow?
No, that was a while ago. And I haven't tracked the development of the company, but it's turned into a giant defense contractor in the Emirates. In fact, I believe it's the largest one.
And what's its name now?
That's just the name of that one.
Is it Beacon Red?
Beacon Red, that's right. Just slipping my mind. Beacon Red, it's the largest there.
How did you meet the folks at Arrow?
I mentioned the same. My network from the U.S. government, it's all referral based. There's no application online, no monster.com, some place to apply online and send a resume. It doesn't work that way. This is a very, very close-knit network, and it's word of mouth. They have to know you personally. They have to work with you. They have to trust you.
And was this also a station chief?
Yes, it was. I'd like to rephrase that. He has served as a station chief, but his background was a little bit different. We call it a NOC. It stands for non-officially covered officer. And I can explain what that is if it's helpful.
Please.
So in that agency, you have typically the people that go out and collect information, human intelligence, we call it, are called operations officers. And they go overseas and they pretend to be diplomats. They typically pretend to be State Department. So they're still official representatives of the U.S. government, but they don't really work in the State Department. And that's the vast majority of what they do overseas is that model. But there's some places where if I show up and to some conference in, we'll say, Dubai, a nuclear conference, and I say, hi, I'm Zach. I'm with the U.S. government from the State Department. And I'm introducing myself to an Iranian scientist who's involved in their ballistic missile program, who's there for the conference. They're going to run away. And it doesn't matter what part of the U.S. government you're from, you're the U.S. government. So the NOC, the non-official cover, it's a way more sensitive and very small part of that group. And these are the people that have the most advanced training, training beyond what an operations officer gets. because NOCs have to be able to operate effectively by themselves in areas that are especially challenging. They're called denied areas. These are places like Iran, North Korea, China, Russia. These are places where you show up as somebody from the State Department, you're going to have some problems. So we have to have more advanced training, more advanced, we call it cover, and that's what a NOC is.
And so was it a knock that introduced you to Arrow?
It was.
And talk to me, what did you do at Arrow?
Arrow, we were the same types of training, but a lot more of it. We did it for the Special Forces, and we also did it for SSD. It was basically rebuilding their entire operational platform for their case officers, their versions of an operation officer. It involved a lot of client interaction, working with them daily to see how they perform, how effective they are, and then rolling out training to help them get better and become better partners for the U.S. The whole idea behind this is we want to help our partners, not our adversaries, partners that we have common adversaries with. In this case, we're talking about the UAE. The bad guys are Iran. They're our counterbalance, part of our counterbalance to Iran in the region. Iran is a very, very big adversary of the U.S. So we're trying to act as a force multiplier, but like in a commercial context, to help them operate better, safer, and more closely aligned with our values so they can be better partners for us. And it's a great relationship.
While you're in Arrow, let me ask a different question. Did you meet someone called Mark Sullivan?
I did. I met Mark Sullivan while I was at Arrow. He was also part of that project.
And did you work with him?
I did. I worked with him, and we had a very good relationship. And Mark was he was very impressed with what I brought to the table.
Objection. Foundation. Hearsay.
What did you do after Arrow?
After Arrow, Mr. Sullivan, who was a very, very senior and well-regarded, highly regarded officer in an agency, introduced me to one of his contacts named John Keeley.
And who is John Keeley?
John Keeley is another former senior executive at a U.S. government agency who I can't speak for Mr. Keeley, but my impression was trusted him immensely. And that's essential in order to meet someone like Mr. Keeley and have any kind of credibility. You have to be recommended by someone else from the network. So that's how that happened.
And are you able to talk about which agency Mr. Keeley worked for?
I cannot because it's classified.
Did Mr. Keeley have any connections abroad?
He did, and that was really the purpose of Mr. Sullivan introducing me to Mr. Keeley. Mr. Keeley had served in very, very senior, in fact, the most senior positions in Saudi Arabia for many years. So he had very good relationships there up to the highest levels, including the Crown Prince, which is the highest official in the country.
So once you were introduced to Mr. Keeley by Mr. Sullivan, what did you do with Mr. Keeley?
Mr. Keeley he was very, very senior. I don't know how many years he'd been working for the government, but it was many. And he had the same feelings that there's a lot we can do to help our friends.
Objection. Foundation. Speculation.
Sustained objection. You can't talk about what other folks said to you. So, okay. I don't know if you want to rephrase the question.
Yeah.
I can move on to a different question.
Can we have Steve briefly at sidebar? I think there's a reason that it.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Hang on.
Oh, yep, sorry.
Wait, Mr. Green. All right, I got a question from the jurors. And what I was going to say is, if there are questions for the witness, hold the questions. It looks like it's a question for the witness, so just hold the question until the end when the witness gets done testifying. You can keep a running list of whatever your questions may be, and then submit those at the end of the witness's testimony, and I'll ask you all to submit those at that point. Okay. But otherwise, I'll give this for right now. I'm going to give this to the clerk, but whoever submitted it, go ahead and keep a running list of your questions, and we'll hold them until the end. Okay. All right, Mr. Friedman.
Okay. Sorry, Zach, we're talking about Mr. Keeley.
Yep.
Hello again. I got a delivery. That was what took so long. And I think I know what this is. For you who know, I have had issues with my microphone. It keeps disconnecting. So this should be the new cable I got. Instead of buying a whole new set of microphone, I just tried to exchange the cable. So this is what I have. But so yeah, this is Florida. They are allowed to ask, the jury are allowed to ask questions. And I love that. I really, really do. All right. What I'm going to do today, we are going to listen to the Mr. Young's direct examination. And then we will, this trial is something I will do when there's no YSL, there's no YNW, no Adelson, the Adelson trial, or there's no Karen Reed stuff to get updated on. Then I will have this to show you, because this is interesting. But I just stumbled upon this one, and I have, at least this far, other priorities. The YSL case, the YNW case, and stuff like that. Speaking of which, tomorrow, me and Jules are going to talk about the YNW Melly trial. And so she can get me up to speed on it. Okay, that was my announcement. Let's keep going.
Why were you brought in by Mr. Keeley?
I was brought in because of my experience in developing and delivering and training in these areas that I knew that he was interested in.
And what were the areas you were working on with him? What was that area he was interested in?
So it's something that developed over time, and that's why it was necessary for me to be part of that. Mr. Keeley was involved in very high-level discussions in Saudi Arabia. He knew, I can't speak for him, won't speak for him. We all know, because we've been in the space for a long time, the Saudis are one of our most important allies in the region. They have a bad reputation sometimes, but they are definitely one of our most critical allies in the region. They are a significant part of the counterbalance to Iran, which is one of our biggest enemies. It's a fact. We've been working together with the Saudis, the government, for many, many years.
Here's the thing with Saudis. They are good as allies until they aren't. So say that Iran, within a decade, they overthrow the government, the people, they get some kind of democracy there. Well, who's going to be the enemy then? But Saudis are really, really wealthy as well, the Saudi royal family, and that also creates allies.
Usually in more traditional areas, giving them aircraft, equipment, weapons, aircraft, munitions, many decades. So this is not new in terms of the requirement to support our allies, like Saudi Arabia. But what John had in mind, what I had in mind, was, helping people like John who were very senior, that had the relationships in these high places, high level places, and help them refine those relationships to a point where we could really develop a contract, a plan, a proposal for something that they needed. But the problem with that is, if you ask a place like, as an example, in Saudi Arabia, their intelligence organization is called the GIP, it's the General Intelligence Protectorate. And they needed a lot of help, and they still do. Their idea of how to safely conduct intelligence operations outside their borders is very, very basic and ineffective. Their idea of doing this is go out and meet a contact, whoever you think that should be, and collect some information, whatever kind of information you think that the policymaker might be interested in. Write it down, if you can read and write, and then send it by fax back to the main office. And then from there, it gets printed out in paper and filed away in some repository and probably never seen again.
Is it the GIP does this?
They do, yeah.
So you were working with Mr. Keeley to make a proposal to the GIP, the Saudi Arabian CIA?
I was, and
was it only Mr. Keeley?
No, it wasn't only Mr. Keeley. This is the very beginning. I was also working with another legend in the community named Lance Hamilton, and Lance is. If you look for him online, and I'm not suggesting you do, but if you do, you can find him. He's out there, and he's a former officer.
So his background is not classified.
I can't speak for him. I don't know what parts are or are not.
Good point. Let me phrase it this way. Tell us what's publicly known about Mr. Hamilton.
Publicly, I can tell you that he was a former chief of station in several overseas locations. And
for which government agency?
I can't name the agency.
Okay. And did you work with Mr. Hamilton on this GIP-related project?
That's right. I worked more with John Keeley because he's the one that had the personal relationships that were. If you can't talk to the right people, it doesn't matter how great your project is. You need that entry at senior levels, and that's what John had. But what he didn't have, and what Lance didn't have, was the actual operational experience and the training experience. And they just didn't know how to do it. They'd been through it a long time ago, and things change. Technology changes. The CI, when I say CI, I mean counterintelligence. That means the local security services, the bad guys that are trying to find you, they change, their tactics change. So everything has to be modernized and kept up to speed. So
you were able to do that because you were less senior to them. Is that what I'm understanding?
I was less senior to these two, yes.
And so quantify for me, how often were you working with Keeley? How often were you working with Hamilton?
Keeley was over 2 years. So a contract doesn't just happen. The client has an idea, the Saudis, for what they want, and they always want intergalactic space travel before they master the basic principles of flight. They always want the best, the fastest, the most expensive. And you have to have a lot of engagement to really understand what they want, what they think they want, and develop a program for what they really need, how to help them improve over a 2, 3, 5, 10-year period. You don't just start running marathons. We call it crawl, walk, run. You master the basics, and over time and repetition, basics become advanced. So that was what we had to do in Saudi.
And did you eventually get to a place where their contract was signed with the Saudi government?
We did, but it took some time. Contracting takes time.
Did you help build that contract?
Of course. It was a 2-year period where I was working with John and Lance.
And could the three of you, Lance, Hamilton, John Keeley, and Zach Young, just go to Saudi Arabia and get them to sign a contract?
Not sure I understand.
Sure. Did you need a company behind you, or could you do it just with the three of you?
We did a lot, just the three of us.
Okay.
But I was really guiding the development of what became a contract. You can't just over an afternoon cobble out a contract based on requirements from a client that doesn't really understand what they need. There's a lot of interaction. In this case, it was 2 years. But after that 2-year period, we got to a point where we put together a contract that was realistic and that would have been the first of its kind. It was a contract to totally rebuild their security service from the ground up.
And did you enlist anyone's help in how much money was this contract for?
So it was a 10-year program, and the first phase of it was 30 months, and that was $400 million.
Okay, and it was $400 million to just the three of you?
No, we brought other team members on as we need them. I mean, nobody does everything themselves, so they wanted everything. They wanted different types of collection methodology. They wanted security. They wanted analysts. They wanted lots and lots of things, and we had to go out and find all these things.
Have you heard of a company called DynCorp?
Yeah.
And did you approach DynCorp about this?
Yeah, DynCorp was brought on later. You know, we had to understand what the opportunity was before we're going to get a company like DynCorp to come on and support it and put their label on it.
Tell us, what is a company like DynCorp?
DynCorp is one of the largest defense contractors in the U.S. They help out. They do lots of different types of contracting. This was new for them.
I think you said it took about 2 years to build this contract or so.
That's right.
So after the contract was built, did DynCorp come on board?
They did. I mean, this is a flagship project, and they were very interested, and they understood that we need a lot of traditional, we'll call it back office support, and we needed legitimacy, the corporate legitimacy that the DynCorp brought to the table. So we were partnering with DynCorp.
And so who were the parties to the contract? The Saudi Arabian GIP, and who was the other counterparty?
DynCorp. Yep.
And then did your relationship with DynCorp develop after that?
Oh yeah, of course it did.
And were you hired by DynCorp?
I was the first person they hired. I mean,
for this project.
They had to wait until the contract was signed and funded before they start onboarding people. That's very typical in the defense space and contracting. But as soon as we had the contract signed, before the ink was dry, I had an offer.
Okay. Corey, can we get a limited production of case exhibit 19? Sorry. Oh, it's in. Sorry. Your Honor, I've been advised by my partner that case exhibit 19 has been admitted to evidence. So can we show the jury case exhibit 19?
Yeah. You agree? It's already admitted 19. Okay.
Thank you.
Pull it up on all the monitors.
Okay. And despite my glasses, I can't see, so I'm going to pull it up here. Let me just make sure. There we go. Okay. What are we looking at? What are we looking at?
This is my contract with DynCorp.
All right. So I see in the top, it says DynCorp International. And then it seems like it says being offered the position of Mentor 3. What is Mentor?
This is them establishing that in no way, shape, or form could it be construed by CNN as Mr. Young was involved in black market activity. Now, the judge already said that, the defense already said that, and the parties have already said that what Mr. Young did was not illegal. This defamation case is about how they portrayed him in that segment and in the subsequent article. And in my opinion, so far, unless something extraordinary shows up for CNN, yeah, Mr. Young has a good case. You might not like what he did, but in no way, shape, or form was he ever involved in black market activity, to my knowledge, so far.
Mentor 3.
Mentor 3 is just a job category with 3 levels, and 3 was the highest.
Okay. And then it says you will report directly to Bill Purdy. Who's Bill Purdy?
Bill Purdy at the time was the program manager for the Saudi program on the DynCorp side. It was their representative.
Okay. And can we go down to the salary? There we go. And what was your annualized salary over there?
It was $361,000.
And then can we go down to the next paragraph, Corey, the one with severance in it? And can you see 3 lines down? It says for reasons other than cause.
Yep.
Yeah, Corey will highlight it for you. And then Corey, can you highlight where it says for cause shall mean? It's right at the end of the line here. Point out to me, it's over here, Corey. And then can you highlight number 2, engaging in any dishonest, unethical, immoral, or fraudulent conduct, or any gross misconduct which discredits or causes harm to the DynCorp International. And then 6, which says failure to comply with any applicable laws. Okay, thank you, Corey. Zach, what do these clauses mean to you?
This is a defense contractor that does a lot of sensitive work, so the reputations are very, very important for these big companies. Most of the people involved in these companies have clearances, but more importantly, the company has a reputation, so they don't want anybody that's involved in any crimes, involved in any dishonest, unethical, fraud, anything that says it very well, which causes harm to DI, discredits or causes harm to DI. It's their reputation. That's what this clause is for.
And what would be the consequence if you did these things? I think that it's called severance at the top. Could you highlight severance for us at the top? Thank you. What would be the consequence if you did these things in your mind?
You'd be severed. You'd be terminated.
And then, Corey, can you go to the next page on page 2, right at the top, the intellectual property? Yeah, you zoom in on that. And then, see where it says training material shall mean the full curriculum of written course instruction designed to impart operational tradecraft and/or clandestine intelligence collection concepts to trainees suitable for use by an external intelligence service. And then the representation here, where it says, you are the sole.
World says here, the sound of the setup, this was not about ordinary civilian evacuation purposes either. It sounds more of a professional extraction service. Yeah, that was probably the original thought, but then it became an acute situation due to the absolutely horrific handling by the then administration. And let's just watch this and see what comes through here.
An exclusive inventor and owner?
That's right.
Okay, what's that about that?
This is the part that I brought to the table. That I was the one that was delivering, developing the operational tradecraft, the clandestine intelligence collection concept. This is from me.
And then, was this the final contract you entered into with Bancorp?
No, this is the initial one, but we had to do a new contract to comply with local Saudi business law.
Okay, so let's bring up, this has already been to evidence, Judge, Exhibit 24. Is this the contract you were just talking about a second ago?
Yes, this is it.
All right, and Corey, the salary remain the same here?
No. Well, the base salary is about the same. It might have been off by a few numbers.
So that's the 10,000 for, Judge, sorry, if I come up to the screen. That's the 10,000 paid bi-weekly, and then there's also, I think you told, is there also like a hazard pay provision or anything like that?
So I can probably just explain it. That they had to, when they put people overseas in places like Saudi Arabia, as a policy, they have to include different type. They have to break out the pay into different categories, including like hazardous duty pay, cost of living allowance, things like that.
Okay, so they dropped it and then upped it with hazard pay, so you were coming out about the same.
It was about the same. Yep.
Okay. Corey, can you go to page 3 for me? And can we bring up part that says other requirements? And then here where it says that the employee acknowledges that his or her employment is contingent upon adherence to the employer's and client's code of ethics, business conduct, the employer's policy, procedures, ethics requirements. Oh, here we go. And the host country law. You see that?
I see it.
What did that mean to you? Sorry.
It's similar to the other clause where they have a reputation that they have to protect, and if you're involved in anything that could be interpreted as unethical business conduct or a violation of even host country law, then you're going to be fired.
So Bancorp was an American company?
It was.
But they required you to follow the law wherever you were?
Of course.
Corey, can we go to page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Let's go to 12, the conduct of employee. Yeah, perfect. Can you bring that up? So this section is titled Compliance with the Law. And it says the employee must comply with all laws and regulations of the host country, including but not limited to laws related to currency. Zach, can you read that first one there?
This is black market.
So the employee must comply with all laws and regulations of the host country, including but not to the laws related to currency, black market, prostitution, drug use, and alcohol use. What does that mean to you, Zach?
In Saudi Arabia, these things are all illegal. Alcohol is legal in the U.S. It's not legal in Saudi Arabia. So it's included in the bucket of all those other things which are obviously illegal.
Okay, and then the next sentence also requires you to fulfill the law. Is that right? The employee must comply with the applicable laws and regulations of any country with employees, a citizen or resident.
That's right.
Is compliance with the law a big deal to Bancorp?
Very much so. Which is standard for a defense contractor.
Foundation.
Overrule that.
What about the clause black market in here? You explained drug use, you explained alcohol use. There's an express reference here requiring you contractually. Is there express contract reference, requiring you to not engage in black market?
It's right there.
And what did that mean to you?
It means what it means to, I can't speak for everyone, but it's an obvious definition. It means illegal or illicit trade.
Can you, Corey, can you go down to the termination section 18 where, let's see, page 7. And, okay, that's great, termination for cause. Can you highlight that, Corey? But then I'm going to push you down to page 8. So, man, you're good. So we're in the termination for cause section, Zach, and can you read for me, I'm terrible with Romanettes, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can you read section 8 for me of what you can be terminated for cause for?
The employee violates or is charged with violating any host country law.
What does that mean to you, Zach?
It means that you don't have to even be convicted if you were charged or charged with a law, then you're going to terminate it for cause.
Then Corey, can we go to E, severance? We'll pick that up. And so, Zach, I think we saw similar language before. Corey, can you highlight 2 and 6 again for me in severance? So here we've got again engaging in dishonest, unethical, immoral, fraudulent conduct, causes harm to time corp in 6, fail to comply with any applicable laws. Would you get severance pay if you broke the law, Zach?
No, it's if you violate the law, then you lose severance pay. And this was especially important to me because I actually had a severance package because of my importance to the program.
And it does 6 say that you have to be convicted or just that you failed to comply with the law?
It says failure to comply.
Thanks, Corey. Can you take that down for me? So you mentioned this $400 million contract for 30
months.
Okay, and you were involved in drafting that contract?
I wasn't the lawyer who typed it out, but they needed my input for the statement of work.
Corey, can we have a limited production of Exhibit 18, please? Is that the contract we're talking about?
That is.
Your Honor, plans offer Exhibit 18 to evidence?
Objection relevance. It's not this contract.
And through the magic of recap, skip.
Right. All right, go ahead, Mr. Freeman.
Before we start talking about all the provisions with everybody, I want to talk a little bit more about your involvement with the contract. So, Corey, keep it limited, but can you bring us to page 4? Zach, did you eventually go to Saudi Arabia and provide services?
I did.
And were you obligated to follow this contract when you were doing that?
Of course.
And did you have this contract and have to follow it to provide those services?
Of course.
The contract references is Exhibit A, I think, on page 4. Corey, can you zoom out a little bit so you can see or show where it is? Did you have a hand in drafting that Exhibit A statement of work?
I probably wrote it verbatim. Yeah. This is why they needed me to build out this part, this appendix.
Your Honor, plans offer Exhibit 18 to evidence.
Objection stands.
Yeah, subject to same objection, I'll overrule that. I'll admit. What number was it?
18, Your Honor.
18. I'll admit 18.
Corey, can you bring us back up to the top, please? And thank you, Mr. So this is the contract, a program for the development of the GIP. Is that? Do you remind me what that's for?
The General Intelligence Protectorate.
What is that? Like, if it was in the United States, what would it be?
So it's like their CIA. They have 2 services in Saudi. They have one that's focused on internal things that happen within their borders, like the FBI, and then they have the GIP, which is for everything outside of Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Corey, let's go to page 4, section B, where it says vendor personnel will perform the requirements identified in Appendix A. Is that the Appendix A we were just talking about, Zach?
That's the one.
So, Corey, let's skip the legalese and jump to Appendix A. Oh, you know what? Before we do that, Corey, bring me to 15, please. Page 15, paragraph 18. Okay. So, Zach, this paragraph says vendor agrees that persons serving as mentors, what was your position?
Mentor 3.
Will be former employees of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency or the U.S. National Security Agency with a minimum tenure of 20 years or its equivalent unless the parties mutually agree otherwise. See that over there?
I see it.
Did you have 20 years of experience in the government?
I can't say how long I was there.
Okay.
Because it's classified.
Let's go to Exhibit A, Corey, on page 18. And can we, the objective portion of the contract, it says the equipped program will support institutional transformation through mentoring, training, and side-by-side capacity building. Talking at a high level, is there a difference between mentoring and training? How does that work?
There is, and that's really what made this program very, very much the first of its kind. There have been other programs, other companies that were doing training. I mentioned a few examples in the UAE, but one of the lessons that I took away from that experience was that when you try to teach someone very, very hard skills, very hard to learn, take a lot of practice, a lot of discipline. As an example, it's a lot easier to go meet somebody at the mall, meet them at Starbucks, collect some information, pay them, be on your way, give them a call on the phone when you want to meet again. But you would never want to do that. It's a very bad idea for lots of different reasons. So we have a whole methodology of how to do that the right way. But the right way is hard. You have to be trained up to do it. You have to practice it. And even if you have all that practice and all that training, if you go back to the place from where you came, this feral operational element at your organization that's used to doing it the old way, we found they almost immediately default back to the old way. They throw the training out the door. Let's just go back to being lazy. And that's what they do.
Mentoring part?
That's what I was getting to. So the mentoring part is, we need something more. We need to teach them the techniques, teach them the trade craft, teach them our ethics, our values. And then we need to stay with them. You don't just teach somebody to fish, you go out fishing with them. So that's what we were doing. We were working side by side with them. That was the plan, to make sure that what we were teaching and how we were teaching them to operate aligned with U.S. values and interests. And what better people to do it than people like us that had the respect and trust of the U.S. government right there in Saudi Arabia. So that's the mentoring part.
Objection. Foundation, hearsay, speculation, all of those things.
I'll go with it.
Corey, can you bring
Oh. That was a poorly stated objection. All the things? Seriously? Oh, well.
this to page 20? The part that says senior advisory board. Can we get that all the way down to the bottom? Just draw it higher, bigger, zoomed in. Okay. Zach, this mentions a senior advisory board and some folks underneath there. Do you see that?
I do.
Corey, can we go highlight the first person, the Honorable Leon Panetta, former U.S. Secretary of Defense and CIA Director? Zach, did you work with Leon Panetta?
I did. He was part of our team.
He was part of the team that was going to Saudi Arabia?
He wasn't personally going to Saudi Arabia. That he needed people like me, the operators, the trainers, to go there and do the client interface. And that was my job. Leon Panetta is just a legend in the community, in the defense community, in the intelligence community, former director of CIA, former Secretary of Defense. So he brings a lot of legitimacy and trust to what we were doing.
How closely were you working with him?
Definitely not even on a weekly basis. But when he would come to Saudi, we would meet, we would have leadership meetings, and I had to be at all those.
They knew you were, and he worked with you on a regular basis?
Yep.
All right, so let's go to the next name, Michael Morrell, former acting and deputy director of the CIA. Did you work with Mr. Morrell?
I did, and on the same level. Mike Morrell was former acting and deputy director of the CIA, extremely senior, and he was also on our board.
And how often would you interact with Mr. Morrell?
Periodically, as required. When he wanted to be physically part of the program and touch it, make sure that it's what he expected, and that was my involvement with him.
Then we got Jeremy Bash, former chief of staff to the Secretary of Defense, and also the director of the CIA.
That's right. Chief of staff to the director of CIA.
Thank you. But separately, so chief of staff to Secretary of Defense, and separately he was the director of the CIA.
Yeah. Right.
Did you work with Jeremy Bash?
I did.
Similar amounts or more?
Less than the first two.
Okay. Martin Peterson, former deputy executive director of the CIA. Did you work with Martin Peterson?
On almost a daily basis.
What were you doing with Mr. Peterson?
The same thing. I was responsible for training for all of it, not just the operations. I can explain more about that in a little while. But Marty really needed a lot of feedback and where we were going, what we were doing, and how I plan to make everything consistent across the different types of training that we're doing.
And then we got Paul Nevin, former senior operations officer of the CIA.
That's right.
You work with Mr. Nevin?
Not as frequently, and he didn't stay on board throughout the whole program.
Got it. And then we talked about Lance Hamilton, right?
That's him.
Is that the same Lance Hamilton?
That's the one.
Corey, can you bring us to the next page? I think you'll have his title. Okay, so Lance Hamilton is the former senior operations officer of the CIA.
That's right.
And I guess it's public now. And how often did you work with Mr. So we talked about how you worked with Mr. Hamilton before this contract was secured. But talk to us about how you worked with Mr. Hamilton after the contract was secured.
So Mr. Hamilton had a role. He wasn't fully on the ground in Saudi Arabia. He had a lot of what he did was on the U.S. side, facilitating the approvals that we needed back in Washington, D.C. So he was going back and forth.
And then Daniel Ennis, former director of operations of the NSA.
Right. So the NSA is the National Security Agency. They collect intelligence in a different way than the CIA. It's called SIGINT, Signals Intelligence. And Daniel Ennis, or Mr. Ennis, was responsible for all of their operations, was his last posting officially.
And how closely did you work with Mr. Ennis on this contract?
Daily basis.
And then we got David Terry, former director of analysis and counterterrorism center of the CIA.
I see that.
Did you work with Terry, Mr. Terry?
I did.
How often?
Daily.
So is there a way you would refer to, are there others, before I get there, were there others that you worked with? Don't name them all off, but of this caliber?
There were others. I mean, these are real, everybody knows who these people are. So That's why you're seeing them as part of the leadership team. But we had other officers that were there too, typically specialists in various areas.
Is there a way you all refer to yourselves?
Mentors. We were mentors.
Under the contract, but I'm saying as a team, was there
Oh, right. So I like to give a comparison. If you've heard of the Dream Team, the basketball team that had all the famous players, Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley. I know I'm dating myself with these names if you don't know them. But there was a point in time when the U.S., to compete at the Olympics, just gathered the best players that we could find. And it wasn't even fair to the other teams. So this is really the comparison for what the team that we had all in one place in Saudi Arabia. Had never been done. It hadn't been done officially. Never a group of people like this has been on the same operation, and it never been done commercially. So I call it the Dream Team.
Okay. And what was it like working with the Dream Team?
It was fantastic. I mean, it was such an incredible experience and honor to be working with these people. I mean, I was definitely the youngest on the team, and it was humbling to be part of that.
Excuse me. Or can we place that down for a minute? We'll come right back. And can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 76 in a limited production? These are one of the documents we offer through the declaration, and there are certain redactions that have been applied consistent with your order. I guess would offer Plaintiff's Exhibit 76.
And Your Honor, my objection remains that this is a document that is hearsay upon hearsay, especially in the bottom email.
And skip.
Exactly, up until number 6.
Mr. Freeman.
Your Honor, we will take care of the issues of the document you want. We'll revisit this document tomorrow.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Okay. 18. All right, and let's go to 22, please, Corey. Zoom in on this. Yeah, exactly. Up until number 6. Zach, do you see where it says Centers of Excellence at the top?
I do.
And then it lists 6 things: signals intelligence, Iran task force, field focused operations capability, hostile operation, area operations, all source, strategic analysis, and comprehensive security, right?
That's right.
Talk to us on a high level. Don't go into them yet in detail. We'll go by one, but what is this Centers of Excellence? So what are we looking at?
These are the key areas, the foundational areas that for the Saudis were the most critical points that we need to focus on to help them rebuild their organization. You had to focus on creating specialists in different areas, not generalists that can do everything. There's nobody that's good at everything. So that was our model, was to really focus on creating jobs that are tied to an operational reason for the job, and then training that's also tied to an operational objective in the operational job. So we just divided those into 6 areas.
Okay. So I would like you, if it's all right, to take us through them, but before we get there, what was your job at DynCorp as it relates to these 6 centers of excellence?
So I was the director of training for the program, and this is the program. Different people have different approaches to training, and I had to oversee everything to make sure it all fit together. It was consistent in the way that it was delivered, in the way that it was evaluated, the quality control, the mentoring part of it. It had to be consistent. So I managed all of that. I'm not a specialist in all these areas. I couldn't be.
And, all right, so let's start at the top. Signals intelligence. What's that?
Signals intelligence, or SIGINT, as we say, is collecting information out of the air. This is what the NSA does. I won't give you a technical overview of it, but it's very, very helpful for people that are on the ground collecting the information from humans to have something to supplement that with. Is that sufficient, or shall I elaborate?
Give me a little bit more.
Okay, so
What do you mean pulling things out of the air?
this can mean monitoring phones and communication. It can be digging up cables and making modifications so that we can monitor large volumes of information. But this really isn't my specialty. This is what the NSA does. And we were trying to help them develop a basic capability in that area.
So how are you director of training over something like SIGINT if it is your specialty?
I didn't have to be. I had the specialists. These are the people that worked for me. In this case, with the SIGINT Center of Excellence, we had technical specialists in all these areas.
All right, so then let's go to the second one, the Iran task force. What's that?
The Iran task force was focused on Iran, but I think it would make more sense if I explain number 3 first.
Sure, let's do that. But before you do number 3, or while you do number 3, Corey, can you bring us to page 26? And then, actually, let's start at 25, 3.3. So this is the Field Fortress Operations part of the Contracts Act, right?
That's right, correct.
Then I want to bring you down to section 3.3 that's right, thank you, Corey. And do you see where it says that, vendors shall create, develop, and train advanced programs of instruction to significantly improve clients' operations officers' ability to conduct the full range of secure collection operations, to include operational tradecraft. Let's start there. What is operational tradecraft for the conduct of clandestine operations?
So operational tradecraft, this is really part of the COE that deals with operations as opposed to SIGINT. Tradecraft is how to successfully collect information from another human being outside the U.S. who has access to information that's of interest, in this case to the Saudis. And they have the right training to do that without getting themselves killed or getting the person who's giving them the information killed.
So let's start with the first one. Corey, can you highlight surveillance detection for me?
New plan. I'm going to the next break because this is taking a lot of time and it's starting to be, do we really need this information?
What were you teaching them about surveillance detection?
So surveillance detection is really the most important part of tradecraft because you can teach them all the other skills, but if they do this, surveillance detection, which is determining whether or not they're being followed, is all for nothing because they're going to get themselves killed or arrested, and the same for their source. So surveillance detection is just a methodology to figure out if you're being followed and do it in a way that it doesn't look like you're looking for surveillance. If you're doing things like in the movies, you see people looking in the window as they pass by to see who's behind them, or pretending to tie their shoelace while they get a peek behind them. These are things that will, if you do it, you can do it once. But you look like you're looking for surveillance. You look squirrely, I'll say. So you have to look very normal and natural.
What's the problem if I bend down and tie my shoelace and somebody sees I'm doing a big deal?
So if you have a professional team, and that's what we were training professional operators to work against professionals, they're going to see that. And maybe you had 4 or 5 people following you. They were behind you. One was behind you. They were on your left, on your right. They were in front of you. But only 4 or 5 people. It's fairly easy if you've had some training to detect that kind of surveillance.
Where are you doing this? Where do you teach them to do this?
You do this out on the street. That's the only place.
I mean, you're training them to do this like in foreign places in their own country, like where?
Oh no, this isn't foreign. Outside of your borders, they go someplace for a mission.
So give me a place.
China.
China. Okay. So you got an agent in China. People are following him. He's trying to pick it up. He goes down to his shoe. There's 4 people tied. What's the problem?
Well, it's not necessarily China. This is anywhere, and it doesn't have to be to meet an agent. You're there to conduct an operation, any type of operation. You need to, before you do that operational act, it's called. An operational act is something if the local service saw you do it, they know that you're a spy. You're in trouble. So you have to determine how many people are following you. If you go to a place like China and you have 5, and you go to tie your shoe or look suspicious, they won't arrest you. They'll just drop you. They'll leave you alone and they'll go home. But they'll come back. They'll come back tomorrow. But tomorrow, 300 of them will come back. And your vehicle will be beaconed. And there'll be a tracking device will be somewhere buried in your vehicle. You won't know it. You can't detect for it. But if you use your vehicle, they're following you without even following you physically. They'll have aviation assets up in the air following you with infrared cameras so they can track your heat signature. They'll have multiple ways to follow you without requiring to be with you. You'll never see the same person twice. So when you're working against a team of 300 people with beacons and aircraft, it becomes significantly harder to detect it, almost impossible.
You don't want to touch it.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
And what happens if you get attacked? What happens? So 200 people, what happens next? Like what would happen if they have all these people following you? What's the next step?
Well, they want to see where you're going and who you're meeting. And as the people that we were training here and anybody who's in that category of intelligence officer, the most sacred duty that you have is to protect the people who are putting their lives in your hands to keep them safe through training for you and training for them. So it's a real violation of that trust. So that's why there's so much emphasis placed on this very hard skill to learn. Not everybody can do it, even with years of training. This is one of the key elements of tradecraft.
And then, so the next operational tradecraft is the recruitment cycle for the acquisition of sources. Before you explain that to me, you mentioned you got the sacred responsibility to protect your folks or your sources. Are these the sources? I forgot the word to use. Is this what your assets? Is this what you meant?
You can say assets or sources or agent. An agent isn't the officer. The agent is the person who he's working with that has the access to information that he's training and meeting with.
So the government, the person that works for the government is called what?
We'll say the case officer.
Case officer, and then the case officer identifies it's called an asset or an agent.
No, they're not an agent yet until they've been recruited. They're looking for targets is the word. They're looking for people that have access to the information, and then they have to go through a process, a lengthy process. Sometimes it can take years to make sure that they're really suitable to be an agent. An agent would be once they're recruited.
So I get, and I always think of this like you hear about these movies where secret agents, but actually the agents aren't working directly for the government. Is that right?
It depends. They can. It depends on the information that you're looking for. One target is Iran, and one target within Iran is their nuclear program. So in that case, you're looking for scientists, nuclear scientists. They have access to the weapons program. They have access to the technology. They travel. So they're not necessarily working for the government, but it's anyone who has access to information that you're interested in.
Okay, so but I guess I'm thinking about it. Let's say we've got the Saudi Arabian GIP. They're a U.S. ally, and you're trying to train their people, right? Those people that work directly for the GIP, they're called case officers?
That's the term, yes.
Okay, and then they're trying to target Iranian scientists because you talked about how they're a foil for Iran. So when they find an Iranian scientist, what do we call the Iranian scientist? I guess it starts off as a source, and then once they become recruited?
I'll explain. So they're initially a target. You haven't met them yet. You haven't had any interaction. You're pretty sure that they have access to information, but you need to confirm not only the access, because if they don't have the access, you're wasting time. You're taking huge risks. It's a bad idea. So you have to go through this process of making contact with them, developing a relationship with them, and assessing them to determine if they're suitable for this, because it's not for everyone. It's very, very specific, the type of person that you're looking for.
So bring us through the recruitment cycle for the acquisition of sources. How does that work?
So the cycle, it's pretty basic in that it's spot, assess, develop, recruit, handle. And that's pretty common nomenclature in the intelligence community.
Walk us through those spots.
I can't give you the actual techniques because that would be getting into more sensitive areas. But targeting or spotting is what I described. You're looking for somebody that works in Natanz nuclear facility. You have a good idea where they go, the conferences they attend, where to find them. You go to those places and you try to meet one, and you make contact. And the whole idea is you have to make it appealing for them to ever want to see you again. We always say the first step in any relationship is you need to get the next meeting. So that's always the first step, is getting the next meeting. Hopefully that works out if you've done your job right. But if it doesn't, you try again. Once you have that initial relationship started, you go into the assessment part. And the assessment part is the most important. You're assessing for a lot of different things. The access and the suitability. It's not for everyone. You don't want to recruit somebody who goes back and tells their colleagues about this great side gig that they just got offered. You don't want somebody who has alcohol problems or drug problems. You don't want somebody who can't be trusted to keep a secret because it's a secret. They have to understand that this relationship, if it becomes official, is between you and them. And there's a good reason for that, because it's It's very sensitive and it can get them in trouble. And they have to understand that this is something that could get you into trouble. But you're all along the way, you're doing the assessment. And then if it becomes determined, you don't make the call yourself, but everybody involved back in.
Who makes the call?
It's really a group decision. A lot of very smart people are watching the process. They're asking hard questions. They're making sure that everything is being done as it should and all the boxes are checked.
So you spot Iranian scientists.
Yep.
You go to the Iranian nuclear conventions, you assess, and now you have to determine, you need a decision from the higher ups within whatever organization you're training to go ahead and develop them?
No, the assessment and the development is really, it goes hand in hand. And in fact, the assessment never stops. Even once they're recruited, you're always assessing. You could have been meeting with a source for years, but every time you meet with them, you ask different types of questions. You want to know, is everything okay back at home? Have you had any problems at work? Anything that you want to talk about, is there anything on your mind? And you're always looking for things, flags, red flags.
So the recruitment decision is the one that's made by the higher ups or the group?
Well, you're doing the groundwork and making sure that you have the information to make that decision. And other people are, watching over your shoulder and making sure that they all agree. But it's the way that I like to describe it is the recruitment is a marriage proposal. You don't ask the question unless you already know what the answer is. Because if they say no, they're going to run back and tell someone, and it's bad.
What does bad mean, Zach?
It can mean very bad. It can mean you're arrested and thrown in jail, and that's the end. It can mean you're killed. It depends where you are.
Okay, so targeting capabilities to identify and access targets of interest. What's that?
That's what I described earlier. Targeting a target is someone who has access to information. Every operations officer should be able to do it by themselves, but we were focusing on developing a designated job, targeters we'll call it, to work hand in hand with the operations officer to really act as a force multiplier and help them do that more effectively.
Okay, and secure handling of assets.
So once you've gone through the process, this recruitment cycle, the next part is you need to continue meeting with them and collecting information, and you have to do it in a safe way, even if you're in a dangerous place. So that's what this is. It's the methodology of meeting them securely. You don't meet them in public. You don't meet them in restaurants. Sometimes you don't meet with them at all. Sometimes you meet them in hotel rooms. Sometimes you meet them in cars in the middle of the night. Sometimes you do, in the movies, you may have seen two agents, usually say agents in the movies, they walk past each other and pass information very quickly. That's called brush pass. It's not quite as easy as you see in the movies, but that's one way. That's impersonal communication. So you're only meeting for a very short period. You might have heard the term dead drops, where someone is going out into the woods and digging up a hollowed out piece of wood. We really teach that. It's not as simple as it is in the movies, but we teach dead drops, we teach signaling, we teach brush passes. There's many different ways to do this.
If I hollow a piece of wood and I put it somewhere in the forest, how do I signal to my agent that needs to go collect it?
That's a good question. You can't just call them and say, hey, I left something for you in the woods. That'd be a bad idea. So this is part of the training, the ongoing training with the agent. So you would say, you would teach them how to do this. And one plan could be, the route that this person takes to work every day. And they're trained, they know when they pass a specific place, they're supposed to look somewhere, maybe on a wall. And they may see a very small 1 to 2 inch white chalk mark, vertical chalk mark. And that's a signal. It tells them there's something waiting for them at this other place that's already predetermined. They know where it is. They don't have it written down anywhere. They're trained to know where to go. So the next day, they're going to determine that they're not being followed. They're going to detect surveillance. They're going to go retrieve this thing that you've left in the woods for them. And then they're going to have to tell you that it was successful. Otherwise, maybe something happened. You don't want compromising material buried in the woods someplace for a long period. So they have to do the same thing. They have to find a way to signal to you that it's been collected, it's been retrieved. So maybe that's another chalk mark someplace else, not the same place. So you're going to go check that the day after. And if it's not there, you have to go get your log and dig it up and try again. And there'll be a backup plan and a backup plan and a backup plan. We plan for redundancy. If not A, then B, not B, then C. So that's the basics of a communications plan.
And what are the operational and reports writing and production of intelligence reports? What is that about?
This is the way that we would train how to collect and write the reports that they go back to policymakers in a way that protects where it came from, the source. The intelligence reports have a very wide dissemination. A lot of people see those. So you don't want to have the name of the person that gave it to you go to a large number of people, because if there's a leak, and that does happen, you're going to get your source killed very quickly. So you have to learn to teach them to write in a secure way that collects the information that the policymaker really needs, and separates the operational details in a different kind of writing. So that's what this is.
Corey, can you read page 22 again, the standards of excellence? So, hostile area operations, what's that?
So I wouldn't want to call it the type of training that I just described basic, because it's not, but that would be the foundational training that a collector would want to have. But then if they're going to go someplace like a war zone, in Saudi Arabia, they were very focused on Yemen. They still are. So if they're going to go to a place like Yemen or to a war zone, they need other training. And this is more paramilitary training, special forces type training. So more combat arms training, close quarters battle, land navigation, more advanced surveillance detection.
And then also strategic analysis?
So analysis is you collect the raw information, the intelligence, and it has to go someplace to be compared with and integrated with other intelligence. And an analyst would do that. That's not the operations, not the collector on the ground. It goes to these very smart people that know a lot of stuff, and they're looking at the reporting from one source, comparing it to another one. It can be used to confirm that it's good. Two people from from separate places are saying the same thing, so that's good. It's more credible. And they're taking all this information, this intelligence, they're combining it with signals intelligence from the first COE, and they're creating finished intelligence reports that go to the policymakers in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, and comprehensive security, what's that?
Comprehensive security is, you still have to have physical security for your people and for your facilities. So that's what this was focused on, the physical security part of the project.
Your Honor, I've been told they were able to take care of those issues you want with the document. So if it's all right with you, I'm going to do that now.
Right.
Can we make a limited production of 76, please? I haven't seen it either, Judge.
It is interesting, but it is a bit long-winded.
Can we move it to 7th round?
There should have been ways to make it more compressed.
Rule that and admit plaintiff 76.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Hayden, can you publish that? Who are you reporting to in event that we looked at before in your contract?
Bill Purdy.
And this is an email from Mr. Purdy.
Yes,
And the first bullet says a little background on Zach. Do you see that?
I do.
And then can you read the next line? Worked for me as a director.
Yeah, worked for me as my director of training on special projects.
There it is, at the world's end. Is he trying to establish his usual standard operational procedures? This is all very spy novel, but this doesn't get to the heart of the civil action. It seems very James Bond bling bling. Yeah, I mean, what they are doing now is, this is his work. This is what you do for a living. All within the legal rounds, and they are very thorough here because they don't want to leave anything for the other side, as little as possible to poke holes and to circumvent what the opposing side will try to poke. So yeah, it's interesting, but it's a bit long-winding.
On a special project for 18 months.
Is that the project we've been discussing?
It is.
Thanks, Corey. Take that down. Okay, so great plan. How are you planning to execute it? What did you do next? Did you go to Saudi Arabia?
I did. Yeah, I did physically go to Saudi Arabia, and I was working with the client on a usually daily basis going into their headquarters. I stood out and working with their leadership, their operators, their managers, hundreds of their officers, and asking them lots and lots of questions to confirm all of these things that we thought we knew, but we needed to confirm. We had a lot of assumptions that needed to be confirmed, and it took a long time. This was really the first part of what we were doing there, is confirming their current state and making sure that what we had planned to deliver was ready for that.
And was it?
No, it wasn't. And this is why we built this into the plan to do this. And it was basically, I don't remember exactly how many months it took and how many hours and meetings, but it was a lot of work. We compiled a compendium several inches thick of findings These are deficiencies that we discovered after interviewing hundreds of their officers. How do you operate? How do you communicate? What's your security like? How do you meet with sources? How do you write intelligence? Where does it go? How do you get requirements? Who drives it? Do you have any kind of objectives, or are you just going out and collecting stuff? And to be perfectly blunt, it was worse than we thought. It was a lot worse. So that's the first part, is doing that very detailed assessment to understand all of their deficiencies across the board.
And so did you also create a sort of like a plan of fixing it, or just tell them the problem?
We did. So, but we turned that over to the client. This isn't something that required any kind of approval from the US government. This was just, it wasn't the same type of consulting that, one of the big consulting firms like in the US would do, but it was the same methodology. This is how broken you are, and we're going to give you a follow-up plan on how to fix it. So it took a lot of time and a lot of work with them. No one wants consultants to show up and say, what is it you do here? They're very defensive at first. They were very threatened, because in Saudi Arabia, you're not picked because of your background or because of your abilities or because of your education, because of things that matter or should matter. You're picked because of your last name, who you know. The term is called wasta. It's your social status. So that you're picked for a very important job, a very hard job, because you know somebody. Nepotism. It was all over Saudi Arabia, and it still is. It's very common in that part of the world, but especially in Saudi.
So you were able to provide them with this is what's wrong with your report. Did you prepare this is how you fix a report?
We did.
And were you allowed to hand that to them?
Unfortunately, we were not.
Okay, why?
This would be considered a transfer of knowledge, the plan to fix it and how we'll help you fix it. But that would have required an approval from the US government called a TAA, a Technical Assistance Application. This is a process that we had started a long time before, in the very beginning of the project. And we were certain we would have no problem whatsoever getting the approval from the US government, considering the people that we had on our team.
And did that happen?
It did not.
Do you know why?
I don't know why. I have ideas, but I don't know.
What are your ideas?
Well, before we got to Saudi, there was an incident in Turkey, in the Saudi consulate in Istanbul. A journalist named Jamal Khashoggi was brutally murdered by Saudi intelligence. And when it happened, this is in the very beginning of the contract. I don't know if it happened just before or just after it got signed. But my view, which was, I can't speak for them, but my view was that this only underscores how important it is that the project that we were doing, that we had people like the names you saw before, the most trusted people in government that would be physically in Saudi Arabia, providing this very important training that they needed. And we're going to be with them to make sure that they operate, in accordance with our values and our ethics. And murdering a journalist is certainly not aligned with our values and ethics. So we thought this would be something that really highlights the urgency of the US government approving that program. And I still feel the same today, that was a big mistake. But for bureaucratic reasons that I'm not aware of, probably that had something to do with it. The decision was made to not issue it.
And what happens if you withdraw? Do you create a vacuum?
Yeah, that's the flip side to this. When the TA was rejected, I was there, and I know that the Chinese were also there in Riyadh, also talking to the GIP, and they were talking about doing the same things that we're doing for them, but they were willing to do it for free. And they do that because they want more influence. They want more influence in Saudi Arabia that wouldn't have been aligned with U.S. interests. Even though it was free, the Saudis were more than happy to pay $400 million to have people like us there, because they wanted that to be not only the best training and the most effective, but they wanted that to be, they saw that. I can't say they saw that. I believe that was something that may have been viewed as enhancing the relationship between the U.S. government and the Saudis, even though we were private.
I know it's a little earlier than you anticipated, but this is a good spot for us. Does it work?
All right. We'll take our break real quick here. In the next section of questioning. Go ahead and take your notepads and the folders that you have there, and you can leave them on your chairs when you leave.
Okay.
I'll get reminded.
Let's see if they have anything.
You apply even when you're outside the courtroom. Recess.
Besides
Rule, do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers.
Yeah, let's see if they have anything that is a motion or something to discuss outside the presence of the jury.
anything we need to address before y'all run out?
Now we're good.
All right, I'll see y'all back in 10 minutes.
First amendment, Andy, first.
Okay. So we heard today the opening statements from the parties. We heard the first elongated part of Mr. Young's testimony. It's been a bit long-winding, and some of his background not that important, but it's allowed in. So this will be interesting, really interesting to follow. According to what I heard from this trial, they are going over several weeks. Now, I covered the YSL trial, the YNW trial. I covered the Adelson case and Karen Reed case at the moment. So if there is nothing in those, I will cover this Zachary Young versus CNN. So far, I'm on Young's side, but we haven't heard the opposition yet. So withhold judgment until we hear from them more. But we will hear a lot the coming weeks from experts, calculations. So yeah, this will be interesting. This will be interesting. So yeah, but the first half hour of this stream was about Mr. Kendrick in the YSL trial. He was supposed to have a hearing today. That didn't happen. So I went looking, okay, what else is out there? And this case popped up. So yeah, I will continue with it. Tomorrow, me and Jules from if you are here from Jeff's channel, Legal Advices, you know Jules. Jeff covered the YNW trial the first time around with Jules as his eyes and ears in the courtroom. So she will join me tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. and we will talk about that case because I need to catch up on it, a lot of it. So so I will see you back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. But first, thank you to Nana Misty for your $10 super chat and your $5 super chat. Thank you so much. And also Nana Misty, who has also been a member for 9 months. And also to Let's Go Brandon for your $5 via Buy Me a Coffee. So yeah, this will be interesting. Might not be the biggest trial I've ever covered, but it's interesting to see one of these defamation trials because they are ridiculously hard to get to trial at all. But this case in Florida will be fun to cover. All right. Thank you everybody for being here from me and Mr. Jingles. Remember, hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Okay? And I will see you. I'll see you. All right. See ya. Bye-bye.
Oh, Mr. Williams lost his gold stash. Miss Willis Quinn with a sly flash. Questions rising, where did it all begin? In the night shadows, that crafty kid. Neighbors gossip over backyard fence. Strangeness, food, mystery intense. Digging through stories full of holes. Dust and dirt, secrets unfold. Tell me, Miss Willis, where you been? Where'd you hide that shiny sin? Answers lurking in your smile. Gold on this and twisted trial. Oh, Mr. Twisted Trial.